Chapter 1202. Continue. Without another word, Yi Xian immediately chased after the remaining people. However, at this moment, a very familiar aura suddenly flashed within his detection range. Mo Shui? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't see Mo Shui earlier because he was hiding. Now that he appeared again, it seemed that he was going to make a move. He's really going to chase after Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he chased after them. However, what he didn't understand was how Mo Shui was able to keep up with a fulfillment realm expert. Mo Shui was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, one level lower than Yi Xian. If Yi Xian attacked now, he would definitely be able to stop Mo Shui. However, he couldn't stop Mo Shui's escaping technique, so he decided to watch first. If Mo Shui could fight until both sides were injured, it would be great. Then, he could take advantage of the situation and kill Mo Shui. I have the eye of perception, and my realm is higher than Mo Shui's. If I follow him, he won't notice. Yi Xian thought to himself. Mo Shui was an assassin in the rebirth realm. His tracking skills were definitely better than ordinary assassins. If he followed him, he would definitely be able to find Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing. At this moment, Mo Shui was running in a certain direction. However, he wasn't running in the direction that the scarred assassin and Nalan Jia had gone. No, he's not chasing after Nalan Jia. He's chasing after Nalan Bing. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were escorted by 2 people. Moreover, the route of the escort was different. I just don't know how the reincarnators awaken. Do they have to be killed once? Yi Xian was very confused. That day when Mo Shui awakened, he was killed by Yi Xian. However, if that was the case, why didn't he just kill Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia? At that time, he would be able to awaken. However, those people didn't. It seemed that they had other plans. Could it be that the person who wants to capture Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia is plotting something against them? Yi Xian guessed. No matter what, Yi Xian decided to take a look first. Mo Shui had used some unknown method to track down the fulfillment realm expert who had kidnapped Nalan Bing. Yi Xian, who was following behind Mo Shui, actually saw 2 people moving quickly. No, there was only one. One of them was being dragged. It really is Nalan Bing. This Mo Shui is worthy of being an assassin who has lived for thousands of years. It seems that he wants to get rid of one first. Yi Xian thought to himself from behind. At this time, it was already night time. Mo Shui's concealment technique was excellent. If not for Yi Xian's eye of revelation, he would not have been able to find him. Xian Ming Duo Demons, I didn't expect you to reincarnate as well. It seems that today is the day I take my revenge. Mo Shui thought to himself. Then, he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the fulfillment realm assassin. He finally made a move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he stopped in his tracks. Back then, when Mo Shui was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, he had killed Lei Guang, the city lord of Thunder Light City, who was at the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm. Today, Mo Shui, who was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, could defeat an assassin at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm? However, Yi Xian had learned something new. This Mo Shui was actually hiding his strength. No, not hiding his strength, but breaking through on the spot. 6th level of the Nether Passage realm? Yi Xian was shocked. When Mo Shui charged out, his aura had risen from the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. No, not the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, but the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Damn, what kind of method is this? Jumping 2 levels in a row? Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. Even for him, breaking through twice in a row was not easy unless he had a large amount of natural treasures. As expected of a reincarnator, breaking through twice in a row, from the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Now, Mo Shui was only 3 levels away from the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, he didn't immediately attack, or else he would be in trouble. Even if he was 1 level higher than Mo Shui, he didn't have the confidence to kill him. Now that Mo Shui was 1 level higher than him, if they fought, he would definitely die. "You little rat, how dare you block my path?" A deep voice rang out. The 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm assassin put down the unconscious Nalan Bing and charged at Mo Shui. If it was an ordinary 7th level Nether Passage Realm cultivator, he could kill them with 1 slap. However, he felt that Mo Shui wasn't so simple. He had to go all out, or else he would die a horrible death. "You, get lost!" Mo Shui yelled. "You're the one who wants to get lost." The brawny man slapped his hand, preparing to send Mo Shui flying. However, he didn't manage to do so, and his palm was scattered by Mo Shui. "As expected, you have some skills. Try this." The brawny man's body surged with extraordinary true qi. This true qi condensed into a palm and blasted at Mo Shui. This brawny man was a fulfillment realm expert of the underworld. He had already opened his natal palace and condensed his natal true qi. A divine ability formed from his natal true qi wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Great Sorrow Heaven-Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Shui also slashed out with his sword. This was his strongest attack. Boom! The palm and the dragon collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. The vital energy of a fulfillment realm cultivator wasn't something that could be blocked by ordinary vital energy. However, Mo Shui wasn't a simple person either. Although he was slightly weaker this time, he still managed to dodge his opponent's attack. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Shui slashed out again. Another flame dragon appeared, but this time, its target wasn't the brawny man, but the unconscious Nalan Bing. "You're not here to save her?" The brawny man was shocked. Mo Shui looked like a scholar, so the brawny man thought he was here to save her. However, Mo Shui actually attacked Nalan Bing. "Why? What I want is her death." Mo Shui didn't say anything else and sent out another Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. "Good lord, this girl is wanted by the big shots of the underworld. You dare touch her? You're courting death." The brawny man was furious. He once again used his natal true qi to disperse the 2 Peerless Flame Dragon Slashes. Some reincarnators would awaken their inherited memories, while others would only do so after death. Mo Shui had awakened his memories after his heart was pierced. However, if Nalan Bing's entire body was incinerated, she wouldn't be able to awaken her memories. However, if he wanted to kill Nalan Bing, he had to get past this brawny man first. In the distance, Yi Xian was very surprised to see Mo Shui fighting a fulfillment realm expert. Chapter 1203. Yi Xian was thinking that he should first use this fulfillment realm expert to exhaust Mo Shui, then attack and kill Mo Shui. His wishful thinking was not bad, but he thought of another way. Nalan Bing is wanted by the big shots of the underworld. If I hold her hostage, this man might fight to the death, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Using a hostage to threaten was a little despicable, but Nalan Bing had set a trap for him, so Yi Xian didn't feel guilty at all. However, he was hiding now. If he went out and held Nalan Bing hostage, what if the man suddenly changed his target and attacked him? In this way, it would be a bit of beating the grass and alerting the snake. Fine, I'll watch here first. I'll let Mo Shui and the fulfillment realm expert fight for a while, then I'll go. In the end, Yi Xian decided to give up. After all, this was related to his revenge mission. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. If things went well, he could complete his revenge mission and get 3 Devour points. This way, He could use these 3 Devour points to activate a second combat bloodline in the expansion window of his combat bloodline. Thinking of the upcoming combat bloodline, Yi Xian was excited. He held his breath and quietly observed the battle with the eye of revelation. Great Sorrow Heaven-Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Shui and the Brawny Man were locked in a fierce battle. Although Mo Shui was at a disadvantage in the current situation, the Brawny Man was at a disadvantage in the long run. This was because his natal true qi was quickly depleting. Without the support of his natal true qi, Mo Shui might instantly gain the upper hand. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian could see that the natal palace in the Brawny Man's body didn't have much natal qi left. When the Brawny Man's natal true qi was almost depleted, it would be time for him to attack. Soon, it will be the best time for me to attack. Yi Xian was excited. Not only was he looking at the Brawny Man's natal true qi, he was also calculating Mo Shui's natal true qi. The two of them were actually on par with each other. Great Sorrow Heaven-Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Rumble. Shockwaves rolled. The entire battlefield had been transformed beyond recognition by the two of them. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was hidden in the darkness, made his move. Mo Shui, your time of death has come. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he charged forward. However, just as he was about to act, the unconscious Nalan Bing suddenly woke up. Nalan Bing was the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao. She was the goddess in the hearts of all the scholars in the academy. However, this goddess revealed a very bewitching smile at this moment. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Shui, you're walking right into a trap. Nalan Bing looked at the flame dragon and said in a cold voice. Boom. This sentence shocked Yi Xian and Mo Shui. The latter turned around and saw that Nalan Bing had broken free of her shackles. 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Nalan Bing, at this critical moment, had actually awakened by herself. Otherwise, how could she recognize the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash and Mo Shui? Not good. Mo Shui's face darkened as he quickly retreated. He never thought that the heavens would play with him like this. Just as he was about to take revenge, Nalan Bing awoke on her own. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also the same. He originally wanted to attack, but Nalan Bing had suddenly awoken and broken free of her shackles. This was troublesome. Mo Shui was currently at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nalan Bing was at the 8th level. She was an entire level higher than Mo Shui. If Nalan Bing hadn't awoken, Mo Shui would have been able to kill her in the blink of an eye. However, now that Nalan Bing had awoken, who would be stronger? At this moment, Nalan Bing, who had awoken, suddenly glanced at Yi Xian. F***ck. Yi Xian was shocked by this look. He hadn't come out of the darkness yet, but Nalan Bing had already discovered him. As expected of a reincarnator. Mo Shui followed her gaze and also discovered Yi Xian hiding in the darkness. Just now, he was fighting with the Brawny Man and didn't notice that there was another danger lurking around him. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned to leave. This time, he was afraid that he would fail again. He wasn't the only one who wanted to escape. Even Mo Shui, upon seeing Nalan Bing's awakening, immediately turned into a streak of blood-red light and fled the scene. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Mo Shui, where do you think you're going? Nalan Bing snorted and chased after him. Her speed wasn't any slower than Mo Shui's, who was using blood escape. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind the dumbfounded Brawny Man and Yi Xian. The Brawny Man glanced at Yi Xian, but he didn't intend to attack at this time. His mission was to send Nalan Bing to a hidden place, and at the same time, ensure her safety and trap her. Now, Nalan Bing had broken free of her shackles and her strength had erupted. Her strength was so strong that it shocked him. He had to report this to his superiors as soon as possible. Therefore, he directly ignored Yi Xian and left in another direction. Damn, this is bad. Not only did my revenge mission fail, but Nalan Bing also awakened. If I meet her again, I will definitely die without a burial place. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only blame his bad luck. Nalan Bing had awakened at this time and disrupted all his plans. Nalan Bing wanted to kill Mo Shui. Once Mo Shui died, Nalan Bing would chase after him. He didn't even have the confidence to kill Mo Shui, let alone Nalan Bing, who was also a reincarnator and 2 realms higher than him. It was impossible for him to defeat her. Therefore, he could only run. What a tragedy. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't say anything and turned to leave. However, he didn't choose to give up because he still had a small chance. As long as he broke through again, he might be able to snatch Mo Shui from Nalan Bing and then leave with the help of the Eyes of the Void. However, the probability was low because he didn't know the whereabouts of Mo Shui and Nalan Bing. However, he didn't know if it was a gift from the heavens. Not long after he left, an aura caught up with him. Mo Shui? Yi Xian was shocked. Why did Mo Shui suddenly turn back? He carefully sensed and found that Mo Shui's aura was very unstable. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that his luck was very good. An injured lamb delivered itself to him. Soon, Mo Shui caught up with him. Sure enough, Mo Shui was seriously injured and looked like he was on the verge of death. Kid, let's make another deal. Chapter 1204. That Nalan Bing is still chasing you, right? You want me to save you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. You should have guessed it. That Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia are indeed a pair of reincarnators. In my previous life, I had a great battle with them. In the end, I had no choice but to reincarnate. They were also heavily injured by me and reincarnated. Mo Shui said, now, I only have one request, and that is to kill the Xian Ming duo demons for me. As for the reward, you can name it. You really want to join hands, but I want your life. Yi Xian didn't try to be tactful at all. Life? Mo Shui's eyes flickered as he said, I was hit by that woman's 3 days soul-seeking sword. Anyone who is hurt by this move will definitely die within 3 days. I can't reincarnate now, so there's nothing I can do to reverse the situation. So, I promise you. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Happiness came too quickly. He had chased Mo Shui for so long, and today, Mo Shui actually delivered himself to him. Was this a free lunch from the sky? Boy, I'll use my life in exchange for your promise. I only want you to kill Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing. This deal, do you dare? Mo Shui asked with a dignified face. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Xian immediately replied. What a joke, if he killed Mo Shui and completed his revenge mission, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Okay, then you come. There's not much time left, and that woman will be here soon. Mo Shui was very straightforward. Mo Shui was a real man, and this made Yi Xian admire him very much. At the same time, Yi Xian didn't actually need to agree. He could directly attack because Mo Shui was already at the end of his strength, and his strength was probably less than half of what it was before. If Yi Xian didn't waste his breath and directly attacked after seeing Mo Shui probably wouldn't have been able to survive. However, Yi Xian decided to agree to be on the safe side. After all, Mo Shui was a reincarnator, and it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Mo Shui, since I promised you, I will fulfill your wish. You can go in peace. Yi Xian slowly said. Then, his eyes flickered, and a silver slash flew through the air. Facing this nirvanic slash, Mo Xue this time, he didn't dodge. He just stood there quietly, waiting for death. Yi Xian was actually a bit nervous because he was afraid that this was a trap set by Mo Xue. However, he was overthinking things. Slash. With a crisp sound, Mo Xue's entire head was thrown into the air. When a person's head was chopped off, they would not die immediately. Their consciousness would be retained for a period of time. Yi Xian quietly watched, his emotions slightly agitated. Was Mo Xue really dead? However, after hearing the system notification in his mind, he was certain that Mo Xue was really dead. Ding! Host has successfully killed Mo Xue and completed the revenge mission. Reward, 3 Devour points. The system wouldn't lie to him. This system notification proved that Mo Xue was really dead. The revenge mission was completed. It's finally done. I got 3 Devour points. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't forget to take off Mo Xue's interspatial ring. There were many things inside. Although Mo Xue was a reincarnator, the most valuable thing was his memory. Yi Xian could have asked Mo Xue to write down some unique skills, but Yi Xian couldn't wait, so he took action. Mo Xue said that Nalan Bing, who was chasing after him, would be here soon. The things in the interspatial ring only increased Yi Xian's cultivation by a little. However, he now had 3 Devour points. Come, new battle bloodline. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly used the 3 Devour points on the expansion of his battle bloodline. Bloodlines were not expensive. What was expensive was the expansion. Originally, Yi Xian's Super Devour Crystal was not enough to expand the battle bloodline. However, what he spent now was not the Super Devour Crystal, but the Devour points. Moreover, it was 3 Devour points. Ding! Battle bloodline expansion successful. After the system notification, Yi Xian could finally choose his second battle bloodline. As for the second combat bloodline, he had chosen many bloodlines before, but as he leveled up, he finally chose a bloodline that appeared after leveling up. This bloodline was called the Killing God bloodline. Ding! Killing God bloodline successfully exchanged. Do you want to fuse it? Yes. Ding! Killing God bloodline fusion. After the Killing God bloodline fused with his body, Yi Xian felt a tremendous change. The Killing God bloodline was a new bloodline that appeared after the upgrade, so it was naturally not bad. The purpose of the Killing God bloodline was to kill people. Every time he killed someone, he would accumulate killing intent. The killing intent would increase according to the realm of the person he killed. As long as he accumulated a certain amount of killing intent, he could use some of the Killing God bloodline skills. Yi Xian had just fused with the Killing God bloodline, so the skills of the Killing God bloodline were not fully activated. Killing Intent Explosion fuses killing intent into attack to increase attack power. Killer Instinct allows the host to have extraordinarily sharp senses. Assassination Mode conceals one's aura, making it difficult for others to see through. Increases combat power in the dark. Death Pursuit Order marks an enemy and knows the enemy's direction. While fighting with the enemy, passively increases strength. Killing Feast after activation, killing people for a certain period of time will increase strength. The higher the realm of the people killed and the more people killed, the greater the increase. These 5 skills were the new skills that appeared after Yi Xian fused with the Killing God bloodline. Killing Intent Explosion was an active skill. As long as he had killing intent, he could use it to increase attack power. There was no need to say much about the Killer's Instinct. This was a passive skill similar to Spiritual Sense. Its size was about the same as Spiritual Sense, causing Yi Xian's range of perception to expand once again. The Assassination Mode was also a passive skill. It allowed Yi Xian to have an extraordinary ability to conceal his aura. He could play the pig to eat the tiger. At the same time, he could passively increase attack power and speed in the dark. It was simply a godly skill. The next two skills were the highlight of the show. The Death Pursuit Order was the killing mark. The person who was marked with the Death Pursuit Order would be exposed at all times. Even if Yi Xian was millions of miles away from him, Yi Xian would still be able to know the other's direction. Most importantly, Yi Xian could increase his strength by fighting with the target of the Death Pursuit Order. As for the last skill, Killing Feast, it was an extremely powerful skill that was very suitable for group battles. Chapter 1205. After consuming the killing intent points to activate the Killing Feast, Yi Xian's strength would not increase. However, after killing someone, his strength would increase. To put it simply, the more he killed, the braver he would become within the time limit. This killing god bloodline was indeed the bloodline that Yi Xian liked the most after the update. It was simply too powerful. These 6 skills were just the initial skills. In the future, Yi Xian could use Devour points to unlock new skills. For example, the Dark Night Canopy that could turn the surroundings into night, the extremely powerful escape skill Shadow Ratio, Scarlet Storm, Assassin's Eye, and so on. However, what made Yi Xian feel the power of the killing god bloodline the most was a passive skill called One-Hit Kill. As long as he learned this passive skill, his attacks in the future would have a chance of triggering one-hit kill. As long as it was triggered, his attacks would have the effect of one-hit kill. Even the last level of the Connecting Heaven 9 levels, the Connecting Heaven Realm experts, would most likely die. Amazing, this is really amazing. 3 Devour points, it was worth it. Yi Xian could not help but gulp. He was originally far from the Combat Bloodline expansion bar, but now, he had finally collected 6 bloodlines. In the future, I can use Devour points to fuse the Death Hunt Order with the Eyes of the Void. After the fusion, the Assassin's Eye skill will allow me to instantly teleport behind the target of the Death Hunt Order and assassinate them. Also, the unactivated Scarlet Storm can be fused with the 1,000 Ancestral Swords. The new skill, Blade Storm, is probably extremely powerful. Yi Xian was speechless. He wished he could use a large amount of Devour points to unlock all these skills. Unfortunately, he did not have them now. Ding! The host has collected 6 Void God bloodlines and above. Activating the Bloodline Fusion System. The system notified again. The 5 bloodlines that Yi Xian had fused before were all Void God bloodlines, which were very inferior. However, the current Killing God bloodline was Connecting Heaven bloodline. However, in general, the Bloodline Fusion System had finally been activated. Just as Yi Xian was about to sink into his mind to see what the Bloodline Fusion System was for, there was a sudden change in the sky. Yi Xian felt something and turned his head abruptly. He found a huge eyeball staring at him. Death's Eye? Yi Xian was frightened by the eyeball. His first reaction was that it was the Eye of Death. However, the eyeball that appeared this time was not the Eye of Death. This time, there was no aura of death. Instead, a very strange energy spread out. Then Yi Xian saw a white gas floating out of Mo Shui's corpse and being absorbed by the huge eyeball. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the mini sky dragon from before. The mini sky dragon saved him that day but didn't kill Mo Shui because it was afraid of something. Could it be this huge eyeball that was similar to the Eye of Death? Hua! Suddenly, the giant eyeball turned and its gaze landed on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was almost scared out of his wits by this glare. Back then, he had almost died from the glare of the Eyes of Death. Now, again? Thank you, young man. Suddenly, a strange voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Who's talking? Yi Xian quivered and asked subconsciously, looking around. However, in the next moment, he focused his gaze on the huge eyeball. Could it be this huge eyeball that was talking? I am the Samsara City Lord. Thank you for killing a Samsara traveler and allowing me to absorb the Samsara will. To repay you, I can tell you one thing. You have not been reincarnated. When these words entered Yi Xian's ears, he trembled all over. What did it mean that he had not been reincarnated? Everyone had their own karmic cycle. If they died in this life, they could be reincarnated. The Samsara City Lord can see that I have not been reincarnated? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. What kind of people did not have reincarnated? It was a person or a ghost spirit that had been beaten to the point that their souls were scattered. In other words, in the future, Yi Xian's fate would either be to be beaten to the point where his soul would scatter, or he would become a ghost spirit. This reincarnation thing is beyond my understanding. However, can the Samsara City Lord really see my reincarnation? Yi Xian did not believe it. Because he was a transmigrator, he had transmigrated from Earth. If the City Lord of Samsara could really see the past and the future, would he be looking at the unlucky Yi Xian or him? Or could it be that he was the unlucky Yi Xian in his past life? No, there was another possibility. Of course, your future achievements may be greater than mine. That is why my eye of reincarnation cannot see through you. The mysterious Samsara City Lord said again. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, how could he not have been reincarnated? After all, he had a clone that dominated the Bloodstone continent. His future achievements would definitely surpass the Samsara City Lord. That was why the Samsara City Lord could not see through his reincarnation. However, just as he was pondering, the huge eye of reincarnation turned into a bubble, as if it had never appeared. Previously, it was the will of death and the eye of death. Now, it is the will of reincarnation and the eye of reincarnation. What kind of expert is he? Yi Xian did not understand. However, the Samsara City Lord appeared after Mo Xue's death and absorbed the will of reincarnation in his body. Perhaps the Samsara City Lord became stronger by absorbing the will of reincarnation? Mo Xue was a rebirth realm expert. At his level, there are probably many rebirth realm experts. The Samsara City Lord might be using the will of reincarnation to increase his strength, Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, it was just a guess out of curiosity. After all, he was too far away from the rebirth realm. Fortunately, the Samsara City Lord was different from the Eye of Death. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape death. However, he did not want to think too much about it because he had already sensed a powerful aura rushing towards him. The eye of perception, killer instinct, and spiritual sense made Yi Xian's senses much stronger than the average person. The assassination passive skill that he had just learned allowed him to become one with the darkness. His battle strength also increased by a lot. Even if a fulfillment realm expert appeared in the surroundings, it would be difficult for them to discover him. However, this powerful aura was following Mo Xue. The newcomer was Nalan Bing. She's here. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the white figure in front of him. His eyes flashed. Command of Death. Yi Xian immediately used the skill that he had just learned on Nalan Bing. In the next moment, a scarlet kill word appeared above Nalan Bing's head. Nalan Bing could not see or feel it. Chapter 1206. Fighting with the target of the death pursuit order can increase my strength passively. Adding on the fact that I can increase my strength passively in the dark, I might be able to fight Nalan Bing. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, Nalan Bing landed beside Mo Xue's headless body. She looked at the headless body and frowned. That eye of reincarnation just now, I wonder whose it was, Nalan Bing thought to herself. In her previous life, she was a peerless expert at the same level as Mo Xue. Naturally, she knew what the eye of reincarnation was. However, there was more than one person who had the eye of reincarnation, so she was not sure who it was. However, this was not important. What was important was, who killed Mo Xue. The wound is clean, it seems to be a sneak attack. Who has the ability to kill Mo Xue? Could it be a fulfillment realm expert? Nalan Bing began to be vigilant. Ever since she awakened, she had been chasing after Mo Shui. She even used her 3 days soul killer sword to injure Mo Shui, leaving a deadly sword energy in Mo Shui's body. This deadly sword energy would kill Mo Shui within 3 days. In her previous life, Mo Shui was also hit by this attack, and was forced to reincarnate. However, in this life, Mo Shui's realm was not high enough, so he was bound to die. Of course, if there was an expert helping him, Mo Shui could have escaped. In order to prevent this from happening, Nalan Bing kept chasing after Mo Shui to ensure his death. Now, Mo Shui was dead, but he was not killed by Nalan Bing. This made Nalan Bing very angry. Mo Shui's life belongs to me, the mysterious underworld duo demons. Only I can kill him. Whoever dares to touch him is courting death. Nalan Bing was furious and roared, "Who killed him? Come out." She could not sense anyone, but she had a feeling that the person who killed Mo Shui was nearby. Indeed, as he expected, Yi Xian was hiding in the surroundings, preparing to kill Nalan Bing. Ding! Triggered random mission, kill Nalan Bing. Reward, 1 devour point. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, the system suddenly gave him a notification. Random mission, it finally appeared again. The reward this time was actually 1 devour point. How generous. With this devour point, I can activate a skill of the god-killing bloodline. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. However, Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, and a reincarnator at that. On the other hand, he was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, and only had 1 trump card left. Killing Nalan Bing would not be an easy task. Most importantly, this random mission only had 1 day. If he didn't kill Nalan Bing within 1 day, the random mission would be invalid. I have to succeed in 1 go. Yi Xian changed his appearance, changing into a face that was unfamiliar to Nalan Bing. At the same time, he used Assassinate to hide his true level. This time, he was an assassin. Kill. Yi Xian instantly exploded with speed. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, turned into a ghost and attacked Nalan Bing. 10,000 swords returned to origin, spiritual sword formation. Yi Xian directly used his last trump card in an attempt to trap Nalan Bing. Although Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, Wei Zhentian was also at the 8th level. As long as he could trap her for 3 seconds, it would not be a problem. However, Nalan Bing was also a reincarnator, and an assassin who had killed countless people. How could she be trapped so easily? You're really nearby. I want you dead. Nalan Bing held a woman's long sword in her hand and actually charged forward. Bang! 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 The gigantic sword continued to descend, but it was all easily dodged by Nalan Bing. However, Yi Xian was not to be trifled with. Although Nalan Bing's speed was fast, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, could still capture her movements. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian viciously slashed his sword, and a flame dragon appeared, whistling towards Nalan Bing. What? Peerless Flame Dragon Slash? Nalan Bing was slightly surprised. Wasn't this Mo Shui's ultimate move? Mo Shui was already dead, so who else could use it? I see. At this moment, a thought flashed through Nalan Bing's mind. This person who used the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash killed Mo Shui. Perhaps, this person was Mo Shui's disciple? Mo Shui was hit by the 3 days soul-chasing sword and would definitely die within 3 days. Therefore, he asked his disciple to kill him and set up an ambush. Thinking of this, Nalan Bing's lips slightly curled up. In her previous life, she and her brother, Nalan Jie, were known as the Xianming duo. They had killed many people. Sometimes, even when they knew it was a trap, they would still take the enemy's head in the midst of tens of thousands of soldiers. Now, a mere person dared to call it an ambush? Soul-chasing sword. Nalan Bing waved her longsword, and a ray of sword energy shot out, sinking into the flame dragon. In the next moment, the flame dragon shook violently and disappeared into thin air. Another divine ability that can't be copied. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself. Previously, he couldn't copy Mo Xue's peerless flame dragon slash with the Eye of Revelation because his realm wasn't high enough. Nalan Bing was also a reincarnator, so it was reasonable for her to use a divine ability that couldn't be copied. However, after this collision of true energy, Yi Xian also understood the difference between him and Nalan Bing. She could break his peerless flame dragon slash with a casual swing of her sword. This was the difference between them. After all, he had placed a death pursuit order on Nalan Bing, and he still had the enhancement of the assassination state. Luo. In desperation, Yi Xian could only summon Luo. Luo was currently at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Her Eye of Enchantment could greatly increase the strength of Yi Xian's soul and strengthen Yi Xian's all-creation strength. If the all-creation strength increased, then Yi Xian's attack power would also increase. Luo also knew that Yi Xian was fighting, so she used the Eye of Enchantment as soon as she appeared. Eye of Enchantment. A pink eyeball appeared, and as it stared, Yi Xian's soul strength increased greatly. Again. Yi Xian's strength suddenly increased, and he slashed at Nalan Bing again. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. As for Nalan Bing, after seeing the Eye of Enchantment, her footsteps paused, and her body trembled. How is this possible? How can a clansman with the Eye of Enchantment be born in a place like this? Nalan Bing was shocked. She was very familiar with the Eye of Enchantment because she was a member of the Fox clan in her previous life. She also knew the Eye of Enchantment. Mo Xue had shown killing intent when he saw Luo because he was annoyed by Nalan Bing's Eye of Enchantment. I'm in a human body now, so I'm not used to it, Nalan Bing muttered to herself, and the way she looked at Luo changed. However, it was better to deal with this peerless flame dragon slash first. Life-reaping soul slash. Chapter 1207. Bang! Two different types of true qi collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. This time, they were evenly matched. However, as a peerless assassin, Nalan Bing's attack was extremely fast. This sword will take your life. Nalan Bing suddenly took out an exquisite sword and swept it quickly. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. This move was her trump card. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He looked at the lightning-fast attack and thought of something. Boom! 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 Enormous swords that shook the heavens descended, blocking in front of Yi Xian. Kacha! 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 Nalan Bing's sword energy shattered the giant swords one by one. In the blink of an eye, she had destroyed dozens of swords. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level was high. The 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword could not hurt Yi Xian. How dare you touch the young master? You're courting death. Luo's slender hand shook and the 7 demonic flames merged into one. Then, she threw the 7-colored lotus at Nalan Bing. 7-colored demonic flame, 7 consecutive explosions. What? Nalan Bing was shocked again because she knew this move before. It was the Fox Charm clan's ultimate technique. Not everyone knew it. It seems that this little girl is the reincarnation of an expert from the clan, Nalan Bing thought to herself. She guessed that Luo was also the reincarnation of an expert from the Fox Charm clan. However, Luo was younger than her by a few years, so she did not know who she was. After all, she had reincarnated before Luo. Of course, it was also possible that Luo was not a reincarnator and had only awakened her bloodline. However, so what if they were from the same clan? Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie had already left the Fox Charm clan. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Nalan Bing used her ultimate technique again and clashed with the 7-colored demonic flame. Shockwaves swept out again. Nalan Bing was also a member of the Fox Charm clan in her previous life. Now that she had reincarnated as a human, she was not used to it. After all, there were many skills that she could not use. Therefore, she had a plan. She would first kill Yi Xian, then capture Luoluo. Then, she used a secret technique to erase Luoluo's soul, turning Luoluo into an empty shell. And she would replace Luoluo. To comprehend the Eye of Charm at the age of 10, even the geniuses of the Fox Charm clan at that time were far too lacking. This was a super genius. I must get it. Nalan Bing's eyes widened, revealing a greedy expression. This expression was captured by Yi Xian. Does Nalan Bing have ulterior motives towards Luoluo? Yi Xian was shocked. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would incur its wrath. Although Yi Xian was not a dragon, if anyone dared to touch his reverse scale, he would bite back even if he had to die. Die! Yi Xian was enraged and began to attack madly. The flame dragon's peerless slash consumed a lot of qi, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. In addition to the 10,000 swords in origin, the Thunder Pearl, and Luoluo's suppression, he could recover. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched. Previously, Yi Xian could not even deal with Mo Shui, who was at the same level. Now, he could actually fight evenly with Nalan Bing, who was 2 levels higher than him. This was not bad. However, Nalan Bing had just awakened and was not used to it. In addition, she and her brother Nalan Jia were known as the mysterious underworld duo. If they did not work together, their individual combat strength was much weaker than Mo Xue's. It was because of these two factors that Yi Xian did not lose. Instead, he had the upper hand. Not good, I don't have enough qi. Nalan Bing's expression became more and more unsightly. She had just fought with Mo Shui and chased after him for a long time. In addition, she had used the 3 days soul-stealing sword technique several times. Thus, she only had a fifth of her qi left. She looked at Yi Xian again. Logically speaking, Yi Xian's qi should have been depleted long ago. However, he looked like he was at his peak. There was nothing strange about him. This did not make sense. One had to know that Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Yi Xian was only at the 6th level. Luoluo was the same. This was too unreal. What is this brat's background? Nalan Bing could not help but think to herself. Yi Xian had changed his appearance and had the ability to assassinate. Thus, the aura that Nalan Bing felt was different from that of Yi Xian. Naturally, she would not be able to associate the two. However, now was not the time to care so much. If I see you again in the future, I will definitely take your life. Nalan Bing coldly snorted in her heart. At the same time, she deeply remembered Yi Xian's aura. If they met again in the future, she would definitely be able to recognize him. Unfortunately, she did not know that Yi Xian was the person she wanted to frame that day. Whoosh! Nalan Bing immediately turned into a flash of white light and flew into the distance. Good heavens, a reincarnator is actually a coward. Don't go. Yi Xian immediately chased after her. Nalan Bing was about to reach the end of her strength. Once the qi in her body was depleted, she would have less than 50% of her battle strength left. This was the best time to kill her. As long as he killed Nalan Bing, Yi Xian would complete the random mission and be rewarded with 1 devour point. He could also use it to activate the god-slaying bloodline ability. Yi Xian was determined to kill Nalan Bing. He definitely could not let her escape. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. However, Nalan Bing's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had pulled away from Yi Xian. Fortunately, Nalan Bing had the death warrant. Even if they were separated by a planet, Yi Xian could clearly sense her direction until she died. The death warrant ignored distance, and that was what was truly terrifying about it. Young master, I don't know why, but I feel a sense of familiarity from Nalan Bing. While chasing after Nalan Bing, Luo suddenly said. What sense of familiarity? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and could not help but ask. I don't know. After her awakening, her aura felt familiar. Perhaps, she was also from the Fox Charm clan in her previous life. Luo shook her head. Fox Charm clan? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. If Nalan Bing was from the Fox Charm clan in her previous life, she might have reincarnated into a human to restore the body of a Fox clan member. No wonder Nalan Bing looked at Luo like that. So this was the reason. If that's the case, then you deserve to die even more. Yi Xian looked at Nalan Bing's back and killing intent surged. Although he had already fused with the god-slaying bloodline, he could not use the death warrant other than the initial few abilities. The killing feast required killing intent to activate. However, Yi Xian had not killed a single person since fusing with the bloodline, so he did not have killing intent. Chapter 1208. Fortunately, Yi Xian's assassination state could increase his movement speed and combat strength in the dark. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't shaken off by Nalan Bing so quickly. Once Nalan Bing's true qi was exhausted, she would die. However, things weren't as simple as Yi Xian thought. Just as Nalan Bing was about to leave Yi Xian's range of perception, an aura suddenly rushed in. A fulfillment realm expert? Yi Xian was shocked. Was it someone from the Northern Heavens Academy, the Underworld, or the Moon-worship demonic sect? If it was the Underworld or the Moon-worship demonic sect, he still had a chance to kill Nalan Bing. However, if it was a Northern Heavens Academy scholar, then there was no chance. Bing, father has finally found you. A familiar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He originally hoped that it would be an expert from the Underworld or the Moon-worship demonic sect. However, he didn't expect it to be Nalan Bing's father, Nalan Hao. Nalan Hao was an expert at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. At this moment, his aura was slightly weak. He was probably injured, which was why Yi Xian thought he was at the first stage of the fulfillment realm. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He had to admit that his luck was bad again. At this time, Nalan Bing was actually found. What the f***ck father, someone is chasing me. Although Nalan Bing was a reincarnator, she still pretended to be a frightened little bird. Which scoundrel is it? Come out. Nalan Hao was furious. He raised his hand and blasted out a palm. Whoosh whoosh. This giant palm brushed past Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was hit by this palm, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. As expected of a second stage of the fulfillment realm expert. Even if he's injured, he's definitely not someone I can fight against. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he was in the assassination state and hid in the dark. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. However, it seemed that he had to leave now because he didn't have the confidence to kill Nalan Bing under Nalan Hao's watch. Go! Yi Xian decisively tore open the void and left. It seemed that the random mission of killing Nalan Bing would not be completed. After Yi Xian left, Nalan Bing let out a sigh of relief. With her outstanding intuition, she knew that Yi Xian should have given up on pursuing her. From beginning to end, she did not know who Yi Xian was. However, the Fox Charm clan that could use the Eye of Charm was relatively easy to investigate. As long as that little fox appeared, then she could find out who was chasing after her. Bing, are you alright? Nalan Hao hastily asked. I'm fine. Nalan Bing shook her head. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that she had no other choice, she wouldn't reincarnate. This was because she had parents in her previous life. Now that she had one more parent in this life, she felt a little strange. Fortunately, she was someone who had lived for more than 1,000 years, while Nalanhao was not even 100 years old, so she was too lazy to care too much. Bing, how did you escape? Nalanhao couldn't help but ask. An expert who was passing by saved me. Nalan Bing casually made up an excuse. She didn't want to reveal the matter of the reincarnator, even if the other party was her father in this life. If Nalanhao found out and accidentally leaked it, then they would be in trouble. Their enemies in their previous life would probably come together to eliminate them. So it's like this. Nalanhao slightly nodded and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back first, then we'll start investigating your brother's whereabouts." Just now, he was chasing after the scarred assassin, but he couldn't catch up. So he immediately turned around and found Nalan Bing. Nalan Bing nodded. She wanted to find Nalan Jia as soon as possible and awaken him. At the same time, she also knew that the person who ordered to find them was definitely their enemy. Before they rose up, she would capture them first and then play with them as she wanted. After breaking open the void and leaving, Yi Xian once again used the Eye of the Void and returned to the Northern Heavens Academy. But this time, he had already returned to his original appearance. If he stood in front of Nalan Bing, she might not be able to recognize him. Nalan Bing of the mysterious underworld twin demons wanted to kill me before she awakened. But now that she's awakened, she's a 1,000-year-old monster. She probably won't lower herself to kill me. Yi Xian secretly thought in his heart. Although he didn't know why Nalan Bing wanted to kill him before she awakened, Nalan Bing had 1,000 years of memories and was extremely arrogant. She probably wouldn't continue to plot against Yi Xian. Of course, this wasn't certain. Maybe Nalan Bing's heart was lustful and wanted to kill him when she saw a handsome person? At the same time, as long as Yi Xian didn't reveal the peerless flame dragon / 10,000 swords return to origin, Nalan Bing wouldn't know that he was the one who chased after her. As for why he wanted to return to the Northern Heavens Academy, it was because there was something he coveted there. After fusing with the god of slaughter bloodline, other than killing people to obtain killing intent, I can also devour some treasures to obtain killing intent. Yi Xian looked at the peak of the Northern Heavens mountain and fell into deep thought. The thing he coveted was the kill symbol art. The kill symbol art was the creation of the Northern Heavens Academy's founder, the Slaughter Scholar. If he devoured this treasure, he would definitely obtain a large amount of killing intent. At that time, he could use the killing intent explosion to increase his attack power. Yi Xian re-entered the Northern Heavens Academy. At this time, the outer courtyard was filled with corpses and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. However, most of the corpses belonged to the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld. Yi Xian quickly passed through the outer courtyard and arrived at the inner courtyard. There was also a large amount of corpses here. However, at this time, the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were gathered in front of a stone wall. Yi Xian hurriedly went over to take a look and found an old man nailed to the stone wall. There were a total of 6 swords stabbed into his body. However, this old man wasn't dead yet. There was still a trace of life left. There were also 2 corpses on the ground. They were both scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. The scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were all fulfillment realm experts. Who would have thought that 2 of them would fall this time? At this time, there were still 2 scholars beside the dying old man. They continuously used their spiritual senses to check the old man's injuries. Sigh, this is troublesome. The moon-worship demonic sect actually had someone who mastered the 7 profound demonic sword array. Although Elder Lu didn't get hit by the 7th sword, these 6 swords have already made the 2 scholars anxious. If this 7 profound demonic sword array is hit by the 7th sword, no one can save him. Fortunately, Elder Lu only got hit by 6 swords. As long as the Dean returns, Elder Lu will definitely be saved. It's a pity that the Dean went to chase after that expert from the underworld. He hasn't returned yet. This moon-worship demonic sect is really cunning. They took advantage of the time when our Northern Heavens Academy scholars were out to attack. If the Dean was here, he would definitely not let them return. Chapter 1209. The old scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were discussing softly. The elder Lu they were talking about was the old man with the 6 swords stuck in his body. His aura was extremely weak, and he would probably die in a while. You two, don't waste your energy. This old man is powerless. You should set up a defense to prevent the experts from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld from returning. Elder Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood and said weakly. Elder Lu, don't speak. We can suppress your injuries and wait for the Dean to return. A middle-aged scholar said. Elder Lu was an expert at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm and had already established 2 natal palaces. In this battle, he had killed several fulfillment realm experts, but in the end, he was ambushed and severely injured by a moon-worship demonic sect expert. The 2 first-stage fulfillment realm scholars were helpless against the 7 profound devil sword array. Therefore, they were waiting for the 2nd-stage fulfillment realm expert, Nalan Hao, to return. However, Yi Xian knew that Elder Lu wouldn't be able to wait for Nalan Hao's return. Even if Nalan Hao rushed back with Nalan Bing, it would take at least 2 hours. Elder Lu wouldn't be able to hold on for more than half an hour. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Other than Nalan Bing, the rest of the people he had seen from the Northern Heavens Academy were pretty good. However, at this moment, Yi Xian glanced at the mission system and saw that there was a mission to save Elder Lu. Save Elder Lu. Pull out the 6 swords in order. If Elder Lu survives, the host will be rewarded with 2 million inner demon pills. This was the mission. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would rarely accept missions from the mission system. After all, it was time-consuming and exhausting. However, the mission in front of him had a generous reward. If the treatment was successful, Elder Lu would owe him a favor. Since there's this mission, it means that I can complete it. However, will the 2 scholars let me save Elder Lu? Yi Xian wondered in his heart. The 2 scholars wanted to suppress Elder Lu's injuries and wait for Nalan Hao to return. However, Yi Xian knew that Nalan Hao couldn't return before then. If I can't save him, I'm afraid that I'll be a sinner. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Earlier, he had observed for a while. Relying on the eye of revelation, he was able to discern some clues. If he was allowed to ponder over it, he might really be able to successfully treat the patient. Teachers, why don't you let me try? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward and clasped his fist. His words immediately attracted the attention of the several hundred scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of the 2 fulfillment realm scholars. You? The middle-aged academician looked at Yi Xian in shock. However, the other academician recognized Yi Xian. Yi Xian, is that you? When the white-haired elder turned around and realized that it was Yi Xian, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. It was only at this moment that Yi Xian realized that one of the 2 academicians in front of him looked familiar. This white-haired old man was the one who had given him the advancement test. Teachers, Elder Lu's injuries are getting worse. If we don't treat him quickly, I'm afraid that. However, I have a few methods that might be able to break this 7 profound devil sword formation. Yi Xian slowly said. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Earlier, the surrounding people's attention had been on Elder Lu. They were worried about Elder Lu's injuries and did not notice Yi Xian, who was emitting a large amount of killing intent, approaching. Now that he had taken the initiative to reveal himself, he had attracted many people's attention. You have a method? The white-haired elder recognized Yi Xian and asked in shock. Right now, Elder Lu's true qi has been separated into more than 10 segments by the 6 devil swords. If we don't pull out the 6 devil swords, the true qi of others will not be able to enter and suppress the injuries. What method do you have? The middle-aged academician asked. Yes, this junior knows. That's why I have to ponder over it. Yi Xian nodded and said. At the manifestation realm, one would have spiritual sense. However, spiritual sense was not omnipotent. This 7 profound devil sword formation prevented spiritual sense from entering. The middle-aged academician and the white-haired elder's spiritual sense were both blocked by the first devil sword, so it was very difficult for them to suppress the injuries. What they said just now was only to give Elder Lu some hope. Although Elder Lu has only been hit by 6 of the 7 profound devil sword formation, this 7 profound devil sword formation is the ultimate technique of the moon worship demonic sect. If the sword of the person who is hit is suddenly pulled out, it will cause the true qi in the injured person's body to flow backward and then explode. Therefore, we have to deduce the direction of the true qi flow after the sword is pulled out. Otherwise, the first sword may take Elder Lu's life, the middle-aged academician reminded again. Simply put, there had to be the correct order for the sword to be pulled out. Otherwise, Elder Lu would die instantly. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission, save Elder Lu. Completion of the reward, the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye will merge. If the reward is failed, the Eye of Illusion will not be able to be used anymore. Will the host accept this random mission? At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. This random mission came too suddenly, causing Yi Xian to be shocked. If the mission was successful, the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye would merge and create a new skill. If the mission failed, the Eye of Illusion would be useless in the future. This random mission could be accepted or rejected. Yi Xian once again fell into deep thought. Although he had the bloodline of a formation-breaking master, this bloodline was too low level. The 7 profound devil sword formation was the ultimate technique of the moon worship demonic sect, so the bloodline of a formation-breaking master was completely useless. However, Yi Xian had another thing. Yi Xian did not remember to accept the random mission. Instead, he used the Eye of Revelation to observe the true qi flow in Elder Lu's body. However, there were many functions that could not be called a system, such as a map. Yi Xian rarely used this kind of function, but he remembered it today. Record the direction of the true qi flow in Elder Lu's body and begin to deduce the situation after the 6 devil swords are pulled out. Yi Xian began to use it. These 6 devil swords were respectively stabbed into Elder Lu's 2 shoulders, right chest, left abdomen, and right thigh. Now, Yi Xian began to deduce the situation after one of the devil swords was pulled out. Would Elder Lu live or die? Kid, I know my injuries best. Even if the dean returns, I'm afraid he won't be able to save me in a short time. I can't hold on for that long. If you have a way, then do it. Even if I die, I won't blame you. Elder Lu, who was on the verge of death, said in a weak voice. Elder Lu, don't worry. I'm still in the midst of the deduction. I'll be done soon. Yi Xian said with a solemn expression. Chapter 12:10. Although the 7 profound demon sword formation was not a fulfillment realm divine ability, it was so tricky that even fulfillment realm experts would shrink back. Even we can't figure out the 7 profound demon sword formation. Can this kid really figure it out? The white-haired elder couldn't believe it, but they couldn't do anything now. Moreover, Yi Xian was only calculating and hadn't made a move yet, so he could only watch. Because it could also be considered a supercomputer. Its calculation speed was off the charts. Yi Xian had spent a lot of super devouring crystals to calculate the order of drawing the 7 profound demon sword formation. At the beginning, it was calculating how to draw the demon sword on his left shoulder first. After careful calculation, the demon sword on his left shoulder was the first sword to be drawn. After it was drawn, the true qi wouldn't flow backward, so Elder Lu wouldn't die. Then, the system started to calculate the order of the second demon sword, which was on his right shoulder. However, this order was wrong. During the calculation, Elder Lu exploded and died. Then, the next step would be his left shoulder, then his right chest. In the end, Elder Lu still exploded and died. Left shoulder, left abdomen. Explode. Left shoulder, right abdomen. Explode. Left shoulder, right thigh. Success. This calculation method wasn't much different from a math problem, but it was many times more difficult because not everyone could calculate the direction of true qi flow. However, it was possible. After a while. Ding! Calculation successful. The system notified. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It didn't disappoint him. It's done. Yi Xian exclaimed. What? The surrounding people were shocked. The calculation was completed? Yi Xian, you calculated it? The white-haired elder couldn't believe it. Even he couldn't figure out the 7 profound demon sword formation, but Yi Xian, who was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, actually had a solution. The other middle-aged scholar also couldn't believe it. Not only that, but the hundreds of scholars around them were the same. That's right. I've already calculated it. Yi Xian nodded and said, this is the first time I've seen the 7 profound demon sword formation. But if I'm not wrong, the 7th demon sword should be on the left thigh. That's right. The 7 profound devil sword formation is divided into the shoulders, thighs, abdomen, and right chest. The white-haired elder nodded in astonishment. It was Yi Xian's first time seeing the 7 profound devil sword array, but he was able to calculate the location of the 7th devil sword. He was indeed quite capable. This sentence received the affirmation of many people. Elder Lu had only been hit 6 times, and the 7th demonic sword had not hit him. Otherwise, he would have already died. However, Yi Xian was actually able to deduce the position of the 7th demon sword. Perhaps he really did deduce the order in which the swords were drawn. In this 7 profound demon sword formation, the order of the 7 demon swords can be changed, so there are countless ways to draw the swords. Did you really deduce it? The middle-aged academician couldn't believe it and asked again. In the past, during the war between the Northern Heavens Academy and the Moon Worship demonic sect, there was an academician who had been hit by the 7 profound demon sword formation. At that time, an expert had deduced a way to draw the swords, which allowed the academician to survive. However, that injured person had only been hit 5 times. Now, there were 6. I'm 99% sure. Yi Xian solemnly replied. In fact, he was 100% sure, but if he was too confident, it would make the people around him doubt him. However, 99% was still very impressive. 99%? The white-haired elder was stunned. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At this time, the incomparably weak Elder Lu opened his mouth and said, since that's the case, then come. Even if you die, I won't blame you. He was already at the end of his life. In another 10 minutes, he would probably die. Thus, they couldn't delay any longer. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be to treat him. Thus, they had to do it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the white-haired elder and the middle-aged academician, trying to get their permission. Elder Lu can't hold on for that long. Alright, come on. If you dare to fail, I'll beat you to death. The white-haired elder nodded. Come on. If you can save Elder Lu, the dean will definitely reward you greatly. The middle-aged academician also nodded. They estimated that Elder Lu only had 10 minutes left. Within these 10 minutes, even if the dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Nalan Hao, returned, he wouldn't be able to save him. Now, they could only treat a dead horse as a living one. When the surrounding scholars heard this, they held their breaths and didn't dare to disturb. All right. Yi Xian received the agreement of the 3 and immediately nodded. As his voice fell, a wave of all creation strength wrapped around the demon sword on Elder Lu's left shoulder. Rip! This demon sword was pulled out by Yi Xian using all creation strength. The first demon sword was pulled out. As long as the deduction wasn't wrong, Elder Lu's true qi wouldn't flow backward, and he wouldn't explode and die. Clang! This demon sword fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. At this moment, the entire place was silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. Puff! As this demon sword was pulled out, Elder Lu coughed out another mouthful of blood. However, the true qi in his body didn't flow backward. It's done, it's done. His true qi didn't flow backward. This sequence is correct. Amazing, amazing. This junior brother really deduced it. Elder Lu can be saved. Elder Lu's body is still strong. How could he die at the hands of the moon-worship demonic sect? The surrounding disciples all revealed hopeful expressions. When the white-haired elder saw that the sequence was correct, his eyes lit up. The first demon sword had a 1 in 6 chance of being pulled out by Yi Xian. No one knew if he really deduced the sequence or if he got it right. If the second demon sword was pulled out successfully, the probability would be 1 in 30. For the third demon sword, the probability would be 1 in 120. Shut up, all of you. Be quiet. The middle-aged academician hurriedly shouted. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Kid, you're quite capable. Come on. Elder Lu felt that the true qi in his left shoulder had returned to normal. He hurriedly suppressed the injury on his left shoulder. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he wrapped the hilt of a demon sword with the power of all creations. Rip. This demon sword that was stuck in Elder Lu's right thigh was pulled out. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Elder Lu. His true qi didn't flow backward. Elder Lu was fine. The first demon sword had a 1 in 6 chance of being pulled out. However, the second demon sword had a 1 in 30 chance of being pulled out correctly. Yi Xian probably really deduced the sequence of the sword. He's saved. Elder Lu is saved. Everyone's hearts were boiling. Yi Xian was very confident. Since he said that the deduction was successful, it must be successful. Chapter 12:11. Left shoulder, right thigh, left abdomen, right chest, right shoulder, right abdomen. 6 demonic swords were pulled out by Yi Xian in an instant. At the same time, old Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was alive. Everyone looked at the 6 demonic swords on the ground, their hearts filled with shock. Yi Xian's actions were too fast. They didn't even have time to react. Everyone was stunned. Old Lu? The white-haired old man reacted immediately. He hurriedly rushed forward to check. The middle-aged scholar did the same. After checking, he found that old Lu's life wasn't in danger, but he was very weak. Don't look, I'm fine. Old Lu leaned against the stone wall and said in a weak voice, I never thought that you could really save my life. In fact, there were people who suspected that Yi Xian was a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect. However, if Yi Xian was a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect, why did he save old Lu? If he waited a little longer, old Lu would die. Why did he expose himself? The middle-aged scholar and the white-haired old man also thought about this. They never thought that Yi Xian would really succeed. Lu Wanli, killed nearly 10,000 people a few decades ago. After that, I almost went berserk. Then, I joined the Northern Heavens Academy and began to cultivate my mind. As old Lu spoke, he took out a scroll from his universe ring and said, This is what I wrote before I joined the Northern Heavens Academy. Now that you've saved my life, I'll use this to repay you. This scroll fell into Yi Xian's hands. Before Yi Xian opened it, he felt a murderous aura. 10,000 words blood scroll? The middle-aged scholar was shocked. The 10,000 words blood scroll was ranked 6th on the famous works list. It was a treasure of the Northern Heavens Academy. He never thought that old Lu would give it to Yi Xian. This, Yi Xian was also shocked. He only saved old Lu because of the random mission. He never thought that he would receive such a big gift. Although the 10,000 words blood scroll was ranked 6th, it could intimidate everyone like the kill word art, even if the enemy didn't cultivate demonic arts. I can no longer display the power of the 10,000 words blood scroll. You have a dense murderous aura. This 10,000 words blood scroll is more suitable for you. Old Lu said. Thank you, Old Lu. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked Old Lu. At the same time, the system notification sound of notifications. Ding. Host has completed the mission of saving Elder Lu. The reward is 2 million inner demon pills. Ding. Host has completed the random mission, Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye Fuse. Host has learned the Scorching Hell. 3 consecutive system notifications, 3 Old Lu, Yi Xian, Old Lu, Old Lu, Old Lu, Old He, Yi, Lu, Old Lu, Old Yi, Old of I. The Scorching Hell was a new skill created by the fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. It was a combination of illusion and mental attack. Its effect was stronger and more convenient. Yi Lu and felt Yi Lu to it of ye old thousand of course. Of it. Everyone, don't tell anyone about what happened today. The white-haired old man hurriedly said. The 10,000 words blood scroll originally belonged to Old Lu. Therefore, he didn't have the authority to ask about it. It was reasonable for Old Lu to use it to repay his life-saving grace. However, a treasure like the 10,000 words blood scroll had fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. This matter had to be concealed. If outsiders knew about it, Yi Xian would be in trouble. The surrounding people were all old scholars, and they all remembered this point. Okay, everyone go and set up a defense. Then, clean up the corpses. The middle-aged scholar said. In this battle, the White Northern Heavens Academy's losses were relatively small. However, they still lost 100 scholars from the inner courtyard and countless from the outer courtyard. As for the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld assassins, they lost at least 3 times more people. Old Lu was also sent to a hidden place by the white-haired old man and the middle-aged scholar to treat his injuries. The other scholars stood guard outside the Northern Heavens Academy to prevent the enemy from launching another sneak attack. After obtaining the 10,000 words blood scroll, Yi Xian suddenly looked into the distance. There was a scarlet, kill word that ordinary people couldn't see. Nalan Bing will probably return in 1 or 2 hours. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Not even an hour had passed since the random mission to kill Nalan Bing. Yi Xian still had 23 hours to complete it. Now that he had obtained the 10,000 words blood scroll, he could directly devour it and convert it into killing intent. At that time, he could use the killing intent explosion to fight Nalan Bing again. Unfortunately, when Nalan Bing returned to the Northern Heavens Academy, there would definitely be a fulfillment realm expert protecting her. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't complete this mission. Forget it, I'll give up for now. Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. Of course, if the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld assassins launched another sneak attack before Nalan Bing returned, he might be able to break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, he might not succeed in killing Nalan Bing. After all, he had changed his identity. However, the assassins from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld probably wouldn't come for a while. After 1 or 2 hours, the Northern Heavens Academy experts who went out to kill the underworld returned. At the same time, Nalan Hao and Nalan Bing also returned. The dean is back. After hearing this news, everyone quickly gathered together. Dean, where's Nalan Jie? A fulfillment realm academician asked. We couldn't catch him. He ran away. Nalan Hao said helplessly. Fortunately, he had saved Nalan Bing. Otherwise, this loss would be too great. Dean, the dead scholars have been buried. As for the corpses of the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld assassins, they are all piled up in the back mountain. The expert continued to report. Did you capture anyone alive? Nalanhao frowned and asked. Yes, we captured a few 8th-level Netherpassage Realm moon-worship demonic sect members and a 9th-level Netherpassage Realm assassin. The expert nodded. Ask. We must find the moon-worship demonic sect's nest and the whereabouts of my son, Nalanjie. Nalanhao said sternly. Yes. The expert quickly left. At this time, Yi Xian, who was mixed in the crowd, looked at Nalan Bing, who had the word kill above her head, and felt an unbearable impulse in his bones. His mission target was close at hand. As long as he killed Nalan Bing, he could complete the random mission and obtain a devouring point. However, Nalanhao was now beside Nalan Bing. No matter what, he couldn't kill Nalan Bing. Fortunately, Nalan Bing didn't notice anything. This was because Yi Xian used the assassination state and changed his aura that day. After Dean Nalanhao returned, he began to take charge of the situation. Soon, the Northern Heavens Academy returned to normal. However, this time, 3 experts had died. In addition to that, there were also hundreds of inner courtyard scholars. It was very painful. Dean, I have one more thing. Chapter 12:12. What? Nalanhao asked in astonishment. In the previous battle, Elder Lu was ambushed by the remnants of the moon-worship demonic sect. He was hit by 6 of the 7 profound magic sword formation. The middle-aged scholar slowly said. After hearing this, Nalanhao suddenly remembered that Elder Lu wasn't present. He hurriedly asked, 7 profound magic sword formation, how is Elder Lu now? He's fine now. Just now, a student successfully broke the 7 profound magic sword formation and saved Elder Lu. At the same time, Elder Lu bestowed the student with the 10,000-word blood scroll as a reward. The middle-aged scholar said. Broke the 7 profound magic sword formation? Nalanhao felt that it was inconceivable. He asked, my Northern Heavens Academy actually has such a student. Who is it? Yi Xian, why aren't you coming out yet? The white-haired elder reminded him. Helpless, Yi Xian could only slowly walk out from the crowd. Just now, he was mixed in the crowd, so Nalan Bing didn't notice him. However, when he walked out, Nalan Bing's attention fell on him. It's him? Nalan Bing raised her eyebrows as she recognized Yi Xian. However, she didn't recognize Yi Xian as the person who had chased after her. Instead, she recognized him as the one who had entered her room before her awakening. At that time, after seeing Yi Xian's silent night thoughts, she was afraid that Yi Xian's literary talent would surpass that of her brother, Nalanjie. Therefore, she wanted to frame Yi Xian. After her awakening, she had recovered 1,000 years of memories. Naturally, she wouldn't do such a thing. However, Yi Xian had seen some things that he shouldn't have seen. Furthermore, to prevent this matter from leaking out and ruining her reputation, Nalan Bing didn't want to see it. Therefore, when Nalan Bing looked at Yi Xian, there was a trace of killing intent that was difficult to detect. If there was a chance, she would definitely eliminate Yi Xian. With such dense killing intent, he actually passed the advancement test. The Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalanhao, had a face of disbelief when he saw Yi Xian. Yes, I personally tested him. He can even memorize CIU's record. The white-haired old man stepped forward to prove to Yi Xian. Nalanhao quietly looked at Yi Xian. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that Yi Xian was not simple. At this moment, the white-haired elder continued, Dean, he also composed a poem. After the appraisal of the appraisal hall, this poem's ranking is even higher than the 10,000-word blood calligraphy. What? When these words entered Nalanhao's ears, it caused his body to tremble. You're saying that Silent Night thought was composed by him? Not bad. The white-haired old man nodded. So it's him. Very good, I can help make that Silent Night thought into a treasure. If the person who made the poem did it himself, the effect would be even higher. However, your realm is too low. Nalanhao said somewhat helplessly. Let's give the quiet night to the academy, Yi Xian said generously. Then I thank you on behalf of the academy. Nalanhao did not hold back. He had seen that Silent Night thought before. Even he might not be able to compose such a poem. If it was made into a treasure, it would definitely be a demon-suppressing weapon. At that time, he could even make a large number of counterfeits for the Academy's scholars to use. After Nalanhao finished speaking, he took out a bag of items and handed it over to Yi Xian. These 10 million inner demon pills are your reward. I hope you can compose a better poem. Thank you, Dean. Yi Xian did not say anything as he accepted the 10 million inner demon pills. This time, he had really made a huge profit. If these 10 million inner demon pills were exchanged for ores and heavenly treasures, it would be enough to shock the heavens and allow Luo Luo to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Not only that, Yi Xian could also break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Okay, everyone can disperse. Dean Nalanhao waved his hand, and the surrounding students dispersed. This matter was not over yet. Because Nalanjia was still kidnapped, the higher-ups of the Northern Heavens Academy had to discuss this matter and come up with a strategy. This enmity must be avenged. As for Nalan Bing, she also left with Nalanhao and the rest. However, before she left, she shot a deep glance at Yi Xian. It shouldn't be because she discovered me, but because she had the intention to kill me. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In this world, everyone would hold grudges. Although Nalan Bing was the one who did it, after awakening, she still held a grudge against Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if Nalan Bing had the chance, she would definitely eliminate him. Yi Xian looked at Nalan Bing's back as she left. Although he could no longer see her figure, the word "kill" on top was extremely eye-catching. The death hunting order would not disappear even if he went to the ends of the earth. Yi Xian immediately went to the refining hall of the Inner Academy and exchanged a large amount of inner demon pills for ores and heavenly treasures. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Thunder Pearl has broken through. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level 7 Nether Passage stage. 3 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian's strength had a qualitative leap. However, he still didn't have the confidence to kill Nalan Bing. The Northern Heavens Academy already knows that the targets are Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. They will definitely send experts to protect me. Even Nalanhao won't leave my side. Unless I'm alone, I have no chance of winning. Yi Xian looked at the blood-red word, "kill," on top of the Northern Heavens mountain and thought of a solution. Right, I haven't looked at the bloodline fusion system. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this matter. Previously, the bloodline fusion system hadn't been activated because he hadn't fused 6 bloodlines. Now that he had 6 bloodlines, he had already activated the bloodline fusion system before the fight with Nalan Bing. However, he had forgotten to check it. Yi Xian immediately started to check it. Although it had been activated, he still couldn't use the bloodline fusion system. The bloodline fusion system was to fuse 2 bloodlines of the same type. For example, the Sword God bloodline and the Slaughter God bloodline. Then, a new bloodline would appear. This new bloodline would be more powerful than the previous 2. The Slaughter God bloodline is the best. It seems that I will have to use fusion in the future to obtain a stronger bloodline. Yi Xian said inwardly. This bloodline fusion system required the devouring origin or devouring point. Therefore, it couldn't be used at the moment. After that, Yi Xian discovered that after the bloodline fusion system was activated, there were additional functions. For example, recycling. For example, he could exchange the previous miscellaneous bloodlines for super devouring crystals. Even skills could be used. Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword, Devouring Point. Eye of Nirvana, Devouring Point. Eye of Decomposition, Devouring Point. This list contained all the skills that Yi Xian could recycle. It's really difficult. These skills are quite useful. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. Chapter 12-13. However, the return of 10,000 swords had only leveled up once. Currently, it was at 1,000 swords. If it leveled up to 10,000 swords in the future, it would be awesome. Furthermore, the Scarlet Storm in the God of Slaughter bloodline could be fused with the 10,000 swords returned to origin, fusing into the Sword Storm. Forget it, I'll retract the Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. The Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword was an AoE skill. The fact that this skill was worth 1 Devour point was out of Yi Xian's expectations. This was because even the Nirvana Eye only had half a Devour point. Ding! The Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword has been successfully retrieved. The host has obtained 1 Devour point. The system prompted. Now, Yi Xian could no longer use the Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword, but he had 1 more Devour point. Coincidentally, this Devouring point could be used to exchange for the growth contract. Then, he could make the Rumbling Thunder Pearl like Wei Zhentian. This was originally Yi Xian's plan. However, Yi Xian suddenly changed his plans. If that was the case, he might as well pawn off the Thunder Pearl as well. Ding! Thunder Dragon's Roar and Heavenly Thunder Apocalypse have been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 Devour points. Now, Yi Xian had a total of 3 Devour points. Under the Slaughter God bloodline, there were still a few skills that had not been unlocked. These required Devour points to exchange for. At that moment, Yi Xian expended 2 Devour points to activate his ultimate skill, Scarlet Storm. Ding! Scarlet Storm activated successfully. The system prompted again. This move was one of the super powerful skills of the God of Slaughter bloodline. Its power was probably not inferior to the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Moreover, the cooldown time was the same as the 10,000 swords returned to origin, 3 days. However, this Scarlet Storm could fuse with the 10,000 ancestral swords. Ding! Do you want to fuse Scarlet Storm and 10,000 swords into one? Fusion requires 1 Devour point. Yes. Ding! Fusion of powers. Ding! Host has learned Blade Storm, 1,000 swords. After a few system announcements, Yi Xian mastered the most powerful attack skill to date. Ding! The Spiritual Sword Array has been successfully retrieved. The host has obtained 1 Devour point. This notification sound was out of Yi Xian's expectations. Only then did he remember that there was a sub-skill of 10,000 swords in origin, Spiritual Sword Array. Not bad, not bad. I got a little more. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Blade Storm. This skill also had a cooldown of 3 days, but its power was probably several times stronger than 10,000 swords returned to origin. However, it was a pity that this move required killing intent to use. After using it, Wei Zhentian could turn into thousands of blood swords and cut the enemy into minced meat. At the same time, the Blade Storm also had a passive effect, which was that the more people killed, the stronger the Blade Storm would become. It was a bit like a killing feast. Worth it, it's really worth it. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Although he had lost his 3 skills, he now had a powerful trump card. At this moment, he hoped to be able to fight with Nalan Bing the most. Would Nalan Bing be able to withstand the storm of swords? Even if Nalan Bing was a reincarnator, she would not be able to escape death from the sword storm. Now that he had this additional point, Yi Xian decided to fuse his skills again. Ding! Would you like to fuse the Deathly Hunt command with the Eyes of the Void? Fusion requires 1 Devour point. Yes. Ding. Fusion. Ding. Host has learned Assassin's Eye. The fusion this time was a little different from the previous one. After Scarlet Storm and 10,000 swords fused, both skills disappeared, leaving only the Blade Storm. However, this fusion did not cause the Deathly Hunt command and Eyes of the Void to disappear. Instead, there was an additional skill called Assassin's Eye. With this Assassin's Eye, I can immediately appear behind Nalan Bing and assassinate her. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This move was very practical. However, Nalan Bing was currently being protected, so he could not use it for the time being. All the blood in my body is boiling. Nalan Bing, give me a chance to assassinate you. Yi Xian looked at the blood-red, kill, character in the distance and roared in his heart. Scorching Hell, Blade Storm, and Assassin's Eye. These 3 new skills made Yi Xian's battle intent explode. With his current realm, if he used Blade Storm, he might even be able to kill a Fulfillment Realm expert. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have the chance. Very quickly, a day had passed. During this day, the entire Northern Heavens Academy was in a state of alert. At the same time, many scholars went out to inform the academicians outside. Yi Xian was also waiting for an opportunity. Soon, it was time for the random mission to kill Nalan Bing. Once the time was up, there would be no more rewards for killing Nalan Bing. It seems that there is no other way. Yi Xian was very helpless. At this time, he felt the group of Fulfillment Realm academicians move. Everyone, gather. A familiar voice echoed in the air. Soon, all the scholars in the Northern Heavens Academy gathered. Nalan Hao descended from the sky and began to speak, from the mouths of the moon-worship demonic cult's remaining members and the assassins of the underworld, we obtained the location of the moon-worship demonic cult's hiding place. Therefore, I have decided to mobilize all of our forces. This time, we must eliminate the moon-worship demonic cult. Hearing this, all the scholars present boiled up. This time, they must eliminate the roots. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the moon-worship demonic sect rose again. Dean, what about eldest senior brother? Suddenly, someone asked. The eldest senior brother he spoke of was Nalan Jie, who was kidnapped by the scarred assassin. Nalan Jie's life shouldn't be in danger. This time, the elimination of the moon-worship demonic sect is the key. We will talk about this later. Nalan Hao said. If the moon-worship demonic sect was not eliminated, more people in the Northern Heavens Academy would die in the future. Therefore, it must be carried out first. Hearing this, Yi Xian admired Nalan Hao in his heart. No wonder he could become the dean. I have already interrogated the location of the moon-worship demonic sect's headquarters. This time, we will be too big of a target. Therefore, I have already sent people to find the old dean and prepare to ride the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Nalan Hao said. The Northern Heavens Academy had only been opened recently. Before that, the people in the academy couldn't not leave their homes. The old dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a private teacher in a small village. Everyone, wait for half a day. After half a day, we will set off. Nalan Hao said. Just as he finished speaking, a golden ray of light suddenly swept over from the horizon, followed by a sharp cry. It's the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, the old dean is back. The last time we saw the old dean was last year. I wonder if the old dean's realm has increased again. This time, many experts of the moon-worship demonic sect have died. We will definitely be able to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 12-14. Soon, the golden light arrived above everyone's heads, and a figure slowly descended. Nalan Hao, what's going on? The person who descended was an old man. He had a thin figure and wore coarse hemp clothes. If they met outside, no one would think that he was the previous dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Tang Hongchang. There were a few families in the Northern Heavens Academy, and the frivolous scholar Tang Yuanlong was Tang Hongchang's grandson. In addition, the middle-aged scholar who was with old Lu was Tang Yuanlong's father. As for the white-haired elder who took the test for Yi Xian, he was Tang Hongchang's younger brother, Tang Hongyang. He was also Tang Yuanlong's second grandfather. What's going on? After Tang Hongchang appeared, he frowned. Master, the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld have joined forces to launch a sneak attack on the Northern Heavens Academy. This time, I want to eradicate the moon-worship demonic sect, so I'm asking you to come out. Nalan Hao directly explained the situation. Humph, the moon-worship demonic sect sure has guts. Tang Hongchang coldly snorted and said, have you notified the others? I've already sent people to notify the scholars outside. I estimate that they will arrive in half a day. Nalan Hao nodded. Good, this time, we must clean up the moon-worship demonic sect, or else they will rise again. Tang Hongchang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although the Northern Heavens Academy didn't like killing, they wouldn't be merciful to the moon-worship demonic sect. Soon, half a day passed. After half a day, close to 10 scholars outside returned. Other than Tang Hongchang, there were also 2 second-stage fulfillment realm experts. This time, they must annihilate the moon-worship demonic sect in one fell swoop. Okay, everyone, come up. Outside the Northern Heavens Academy, Tang Hongchang stood on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle and shouted. Then, all the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy jumped on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. There were more than 400 people. Previously, when the Northern Heavens Academy was in seclusion, only teachers and scholars who met people they liked would bring them back. Therefore, there weren't many scholars in the academy. However, this wasn't something that the moon-worship demonic sect, which had yet to rise, could contend with. After hundreds of people climbed on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, Tang Hongchang ordered them to head northwest. This heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle was a fulfillment realm heaven-piercing beast. It would take about half a day to reach its destination. As for their destination, it was called the Unmarked Common Graves. The Unmarked Common Graves could be considered a dangerous place. Once, a sect was established here. However, that sect was later annihilated. Tens of thousands of people from the sect were killed. Corpses piled up into mountains and rivers of blood flowed. As a result, the resentment energy there was extremely great, directly affecting the surrounding areas. Not a single blade of grass grew there, only a few dark creatures moving about there. Over time, that place became a dark and gloomy place with no sun and no moon. The Unmarked Common Graves happened to be the most ideal cultivation location for the moon-worship demonic sect. This was because the remnants of the moon-worship demonic sect could absorb the essence of the moon to cultivate. This time, the entire Northern Heavens Academy had mobilized. There were 4 people at the second level of the fulfillment realm, a dozen people at the first level of the fulfillment realm, and several hundred disciples at the 6th to 9th level of the nether passage realm. Yi Xian stood on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Looking at the blood-red kill character in front of him, he revealed traces of killing intent. Although the random mission to kill Nalan Bing had already expired, he still had to help Mo Shui fulfill his wish. This Nalan Bing must be killed. The assassins from the underworld are probably still thinking about that Nalan Bing. This time, the operation to annihilate the moon-worship demonic sect might also be supported by the assassins from the underworld, Yi Xian thought in his heart. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to increase his strength. If he broke through to the 8th level of the nether passage realm, he might not even need to use his trump cards to fight against fulfillment realm experts. At the same time, the Unmarked Common Graves was a very good place for him. Because it was pitch black here, in this kind of environment, his assassination state would be effective again. Riding on the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, it took another half-day before they arrived at the Unmarked Common Graves. This unmarked common graves is rather dark and will be quite troublesome. You guys should ride my heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Tang Hongchang directly rode on the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle and entered the unmarked common graves. The unmarked common graves wasn't large, and the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle would probably be able to explore it in 2 hours. However, since the moon-worship demonic sect had been hiding for so long, they should be hiding somewhere. Immediately, the Northern Heavens Academy scholars flew at a low altitude and used their spiritual senses to check every corner. Maybe one of the caves was the entrance to the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect. Yi Xian also held his breath and started to investigate. His eye of perception, spiritual sense, and killer instinct made his range of perception second only to Tang Hongchang, an expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm. They wandered around for an hour, but didn't find anything. Could it be that we were played? Naylan Hao said with some astonishment. Impossible. During the interrogation, I poisoned them with the sex poison. Everyone's testimony is the same, there's no mistake. One of the scholars replied. At this moment, a figure was suddenly swept by the spiritual senses of the group of experts. There's someone. Naylan Hao gave a low shout and immediately rushed out. The unmarked common graves was barren and rarely had people. Since this person appeared in the unmarked common graves, he probably wasn't a simple person. He might even be a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect. Not good. When the passing man saw the golden light in the sky, his expression changed and he immediately turned around and ran. Where are you running to? Naylan Hao rushed out from the shadows and instantly appeared in front of the man. Then, he patted the man's shoulder with his large hands. Immediately, the man felt that the true qi in his body wasn't flowing smoothly. He was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Naylan Hao was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm. There was a difference of 3 realms. If Naylan Hao wanted to kill him, he would have become a corpse already. Where is the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect? Naylan Hao didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Senior, what are you saying? I don't understand. The man pretended to be at a loss and asked. However, he didn't expect that Naylan Hao would grab his throat the moment he spoke. Don't talk nonsense with me. I've already sensed the devil vein in your body. If you don't speak, you'll die. Naylan Hao snorted coldly. His spiritual sense had already entered the man's body before he got close. If he wanted to, he could easily cripple the man's cultivation. Kill me if you want. This remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect had a backbone and spat out a few words with difficulty. Humph, I won't let you die so easily. Naylan Hao took out a bottle of liquid from his universe ring and forced it into the man's mouth, forcing him to drink it. Then, he used his true qi and manifestation strength to urge the man to refine it. What did you give me? Chapter 12:15. You. What did you give me? Naylan Hao didn't answer the question. Instead, he waited for 2 seconds. The man was forced to consume the unknown substance. 2 seconds later, his mind started to fall into a trance. Where is the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect? Naylan Hao asked again. This time, the man was stunned for a second before he answered, walk 10,000 miles to the west. There is a cave under a stone wall. Okay. Naylan Hao nodded. He lifted the man onto the back of the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle and asked a few more questions. For example, how many experts were there in the moon-worship demonic sect and whether the assassins from the underworld were there? There are a few assassins from the underworld here. There is only one in the fulfillment realm. As for the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect, there are 2 second-stage fulfillment realm experts and 5 first-stage fulfillment realm experts. The man answered. After hearing this, the faces of the experts from the Northern Heavens Academy sank. They never thought that the moon-worship demonic sect would rise so quickly. One of them had already died in the Northern Heavens Academy. They never thought that there would be two more. If they had acted together that day, the Northern Heavens Academy might have been finished. However, the moon-worship demonic sect couldn't figure out the Northern Heavens Academy at that time. They didn't know how many experts were there, so they cooperated with the underworld to investigate. Okay. Find someone to watch over him. If he makes any strange movements, kill him without mercy. Nalan Hao put a shackle on the dazed man and handed him to the others. The shackle sealed the man's true energy. He could only display strength at the third stage of the Nether Passage realm. Anyone present could easily kill him. Since they already knew where the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect was, it was time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Soon, the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle arrived at the place mentioned by the man. Nalan Hao scanned with his spiritual sense and found a cave. The headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect. Old Dean, what should we do? Nalan Hao asked. We don't know if there are other exits in this cave. If we kill our way in, we might fall into the enemy's trap. Tang Hongchang said. If we suddenly kill our way in, they shouldn't have set a trap, right? Nalan Hao frowned. That might not be so. 2 days have already passed. The moon-worship demonic sect still hasn't leave. They might be waiting for us. Therefore, you must be careful. After Tang Hongchang finished speaking, he glanced at the man and said, even if the moon-worship demonic sect set up a trap, they probably won't tell people of their level. It's better to be careful. Then let's look for the exit again. Nalan Hao asked. This time, Tang Hongchang did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. The remnants of the moon-worship demonic cult are extremely cunning. They might have more than one escape route. It's not possible to find all of them in a short time. So, let's just kill our way in. Tang Hongchang continued. In the end, they still decided to kill their way in. However, this did not mean that they were going to charge in with great fanfare. They were going to do it secretly. Alright, then I'll take the lead. Nalan Hao suggested. He was an expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm, and the moon-worship demonic cult only had 2 experts at the second level of the fulfillment realm. If he was the vanguard, he would be able to kill all the experts who weren't at the fulfillment realm along the way. Alright. Tang Hongchang nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, waves of aura suddenly rushed out of the catacombs. Be careful. Tang Hongchang and Nalan Hao were shocked. Northern Heavens Academy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A black-clothed old man slowly walked out. Behind him, there were hundreds of experts from the moon-worship demonic cult. Sure enough, there's an ambush. Seeing this, Tang Hongchang and Nalan Hao's face sank. The moon-worship demonic cult had not moved away after failing to attack the Northern Heavens Academy. They must have some kind of plan. Tell me your name. Nalan Hao said loudly. This old man is the current sect leader of the moon-worship demonic cult, Fang Yuanqing. The black-clothed old man replied. Sect leader. When these 2 words fell into the ears of the experts of the Northern Heavens Academy, their bodies trembled. It seemed that the moon-worship demonic cult wanted to fight with the Northern Heavens Academy this time. However, they did not know if the assassins from the underworld had come. Thinking of this, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were very cautious. If they were to compare, the Northern Heavens Academy had many more experts than the moon-worship demonic cult. If they were to fight, the Northern Heavens Academy would definitely win. However, if the underworld also came, the result would not be certain. So, the assassins from the underworld are nearby? Nalan Hao immediately reacted. That's right. Before Nalan Hao's voice fell, another group of auras appeared. This group of assassins from the underworld were proficient in concealment. In addition, they had set up a formation beforehand. Even Tang Hongchang and Nalan Hao, who were at the second stage of the fulfillment realm, did not discover them. This time, the underworld had sent over 10 fulfillment realm experts. The person leading them was the scarred assassin who had kidnapped Nalan Jia. He was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. It seemed that the Northern Heavens Academy had fallen into the enemy's trap this time. This was indeed a trap. Humph, don't worry. This time, we are going all out. Those people from the moon worship demonic cult all cultivate demonic arts. Our martial arts and treasures are specifically targeted at them. This battle will definitely be our victory. That's right. Almost all of us cultivate the righteous Yang scripture. As long as we use all of them, these remnants of the moon worship demonic cult will be burned to ashes in an instant. We just need to pay more attention to the assassins from the underworld. On the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, a group of old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy whispered to each other. However, the expressions of Nalan Hao and the others were not very good. If they could think of this, why couldn't the moon worship demonic cult? However, the people from the moon worship demonic cult were very calm. It was obvious that the assassins from the underworld were not their true reliance. At this time, Fang Yuanqing narrowed his eyes and quietly made a hand gesture to the people behind him. Form, Great Demonic Moon Suppressing Yang Formation. In an instant, the experts of the moon worship demonic cult condensed their true qi and 10,000 elephant strength, forming a bright moon above their heads. A unique aura spread into the surroundings. These bright moons looked after each other. The experts of the moon worship demonic cult were also draped with a faint layer of silver gauze. At the same time, the white clouds in the night sky receded, revealing the real moon above their heads. This was a true bright moon, making the silver veil on the experts even thicker. The Great Demonic Moon Suppressing Yang Formation was a magical array that the moon worship demonic cult had spent 100 years researching. It was specifically targeted at the Northern Heavens Academy. At this moment, the effects of the Northern Heavens Academy's divine abilities and treasures were negligible. What? After seeing the actions of the experts of the moon worship demonic cult, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were shocked. Chapter 12:16. Originally, the Northern Heavens Academy was confident that they could easily kill the moon worship demonic sects experts as long as they dealt with the underworld's experts. However, the moon worship demonic sect unexpectedly had such a trick up their sleeve. The Northern Heavens Academy's advantage instantly decreased. No, if the underworld's assassins were included, the Northern Heavens Academy was already at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, Nalan Hao, your current expressions are really interesting. The sect leader of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuanqing, laughed with a calm expression. Not only that, the moon worship demonic sect's people all revealed smiles. The Northern Heavens Academy was full of confidence just now, but now, they were worried. There were even some who were trembling in anger. Their expressions were really interesting. Humph, it's not certain who will live and who will die. Nalan Hao said with a gloomy expression. He whispered, set up the formation. The moon worship demonic sect had the demonic moon suppressing sun great array, while the Northern Heavens Academy had quite a few sword arrays. Moreover, they knew that as long as they broke the demonic moon suppressing sun formation, victory would belong to them. Humph, since that's the case, let's start the battle. Fang Yuanqing's expression sank as he prepared for a big battle. At this moment, the scarred man on the assassin's side suddenly shouted, wait. Scar, what's the matter? Fang Yuanqing asked. Long ago, they had already discussed it. The moon worship demonic sect wanted to destroy the Northern Heavens Academy, while the underworld's assassins only wanted Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. This was a mutually beneficial deal. I have a few words to say to Nalan Bing. The scarred man suddenly turned to look at Nalan Bing. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Lip reading. It's lip reading, analyze it for me. Yi Xian immediately used some super devouring crystals. Soon, he learned what the scar-faced man had said. This scarred assassin, let Nalan Bing go with him, then the underworld can withdraw from this battle. Yi Xian frowned as he thought. This was what he analyzed, but there was one sentence that he did not analyze because he was one step slower. Father, this scarred man, let me go with him, then he can lead the other assassins from the underworld and withdraw from this battle. Nalan Bing whispered to Nalan Hao. Bing, when did you learn to read lips? Nalan Hao was very surprised. Nalan Bing had always lived in the Northern Heavens Academy and had never left. Within the Northern Heavens Academy, there wasn't a single person who knew how to read lips. However, Nalan Bing actually knew how to do it. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, ever since Nalan Bing was rescued, Nalan Hao felt that his daughter was a little strange. She was not the same as before. This change was so big that if Nalan Bing was not his daughter, Nalan Hao would not recognize her. I've read about it in a book. It's a common technique used by assassins in the underworld. Nalan Bing casually explained. He also said that Big Brother is very safe right now. However, a super expert has taken a fancy to us siblings and wants to take us as disciples. However, it's not convenient for him to show himself, so he entrusted it to the underworld. A super expert? Nalan Hao raised his eyebrows and said, this underworld palace's assassin is unscrupulous in order to complete his mission. You cannot trust him so easily. In his heart, because Nalan Bing had always been in the Northern Heavens Academy, she had never seen the world. Therefore, she would be easily deceived. Father, the reason why I was able to escape that day was because of that senior. He asked me to think about it. Nalan Bing continued. It's him? After this reminder, Nalan Hao immediately reacted. So this was the reason why Nalan Bing was kidnapped by a fulfillment realm assassin and luckily escaped. Otherwise, with Nalan Bing's realm, how could she break free from the shackles and escape from the hands of a fulfillment realm expert? Then why did someone want to kill you? Nalan Hao continued to ask. Maybe those low-level assassins did not know and wanted to capture me after seeing me on the road. Nalan Bing replied. Now, Nalan Hao was also deep in thought. Let the underworld palace's assassin wait first. We'll talk about this after we deal with the moon-worship demonic sect. Tang Hongchang suddenly suggested. Okay, I'll discuss with him. Nalan Bing nodded, then turned to look at the scarred assassin and used lip language to communicate with him. Scar, what are you talking to her about? Fang Yuanqing asked in surprise. At this time, the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing just finished communicating. The former replied, I asked her to come with me so that she won't be accidentally injured in the battle, but she didn't agree. Okay, since that's the case, then let's do it. Things might change if we delay. Fang Yuanqing did not think much about it. Father, the scarred assassin said that they can wait and talk about it later. Nalan Bing reminded. Okay. Hearing this, Nalan Hao's eyes lit up. As long as the underworld palace's assassins did not help, then even if the moon-worship demonic sect had the demonic moon-sun suppression array, they would definitely not be a match for the Northern Heavens Academy. Of course, the underworld palace's assassins were unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Therefore, their words could not be trusted. Maybe they just agreed verbally, and when the Northern Heavens Academy fought with the moon-worship demonic sect, they would suddenly appear and severely injure the Northern Heavens Academy. Scar, do it. Fang Yuanqing could not wait any longer and hurriedly said. As his voice fell, everyone from the moon-worship demonic sect attacked. Kill. Tang Hongchang also gave the order. In the next moment, everyone from the Northern Heavens Academy attacked together. A great battle broke out. Tripartite sword formation. The scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy formed groups of 3 and attacked with the tripartite sword formation. The Fulfillment Realm academicians all rushed out. Even the heavily injured Elder Lu did the same. On the Northern Heavens Academy's side, there were a total of 4 second-level Fulfillment Realm experts. The moon-worship demonic sect only had 2. If the Underworld Palace's assassins did not help, the Northern Heavens Academy could crush the moon-worship demonic sect. In the blink of an eye, both sides started to fight. The Northern Heavens Academy's experts fought while guarding against the Underworld Palace's assassins. The moon-worship demonic sect side was very surprised. They were surprised that the Underworld Palace's assassins were indifferent. "Scar, what are you doing?" Fang Yuanqing immediately shouted. "Sorry, there's a change in the cooperation." The scarred assassin's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately ordered the Underworld Palace's assassins to block the retreat of the moon-worship demonic sect's experts. "Scar, what did you say?" Fang Yuanqing panicked. In the original plan, the moon-worship demonic sect and the Underworld Palace worked together to eliminate the Northern Heavens Academy. This way, the moon-worship demonic sect could develop steadily, and the Underworld could capture Nailan Jia and Nailan Bing. But now, why did the Underworld Palace suddenly change sides? The Underworld Palace's assassins are a bunch of trash. Fang Yuanqing cursed in his heart. At this time, he remembered the scene of Scar and Nailan Bing communicating with their lips. Chapter 12:17. Now, Fang Yuanqing had 10,000 what the fucks galloping through his heart. Originally, they could have destroyed the Northern Heavens Academy. Now, it seemed that they were in danger of being destroyed. "Scar, *ck your mother." Fang Yuanqing finally scolded. "Huh, my mother was killed by me 30 years ago. If you want, go find her grave." Scar suddenly replied. When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Scar actually killed his own mother with his own hands. This was a little shocking. However, there were many such examples, so they were not surprised. "Scar, you don't need to do anything. Our Northern Heavens Academy's matter will be dealt with by ourselves." Nailan Hao shouted. Now that the Northern Heavens Academy had crushed the moon-worship demonic sect, they did not need the help of the Underworld. In fact, Nailan Hao was afraid that the Underworld would interfere, so he did not want them to interfere. "Up to you." Scar did not intend to interfere in this battle. He only ordered his subordinates to set up defenses to prevent the moon-worship demonic sect from escaping. At this time, Yi Xian in the Northern Heavens Academy was already full of killing intent. This battle would not last long, at most half a minute. If he used the sword storm, he would accidentally injure the Northern Heavens Academy's disciples. Moreover, he could not use skills like the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash because Nailan Bing was nearby. Fortunately, when he was in the state of assassination, his combat strength was already invincible under the Fulfillment Realm. Therefore, even if he used the Northern Heavens Academy's high-grade ethereal opening divine ability, the Taiji Sword Art, he would still be able to annihilate the moon-worship demonic sect. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's killing intent was soaring. A few seconds ago, his killing intent was still 0. Now, it had increased to the point where he could use the killing intent explosion. There was still a 10,000-word blood letter in his devouring space. As long as he devoured it, he could obtain a large amount of killing intent. Of course, devouring weapons that had killed many people could also obtain killing intent. "Let me see the power of your killing intent." All of a sudden, Yi Xian gathered a surge of true energy and 10,000 mammoths power and ruthlessly swung his sword at a 9th-level Netherpassage Realm expert of the moon-worship devil cult. Killing intent explosion. This slash not only contained genuine chi and the all-creation's force, but also a new type of energy, killing intent. His attack, infused with killing intent, multiplied its power. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of this 9th-level Netherpassage Realm moon-worship demonic cult expert. What? This 9th-level netherpassage realm expert of the moon-worship demonic cult was stunned for a moment before his head was chopped off by this Taiji sword that had broken through the great formation of the demonic moon. A single sword strike was enough to instantly kill a 9th-level netherpassage martial artist who was 2 levels higher than him. If he used the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash again, he might even be able to threaten a fulfillment realm expert. The eruption of killing intent is indeed powerful. Yi Xian laughed heartily. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to devour the 10,000-word blood letter, then use Bladestorm and Slaughter Feast to kill everyone. If he did that, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the netherpassage realm. However, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were pretty good. Killing indiscriminately wasn't his style. The Northern Heavens Academy and the moon-worship demonic cult had already started a chaotic battle. The fulfillment realm experts had also risen to the sky to fight, while those below that were fighting on the ground. The moon-worship demonic cult also had many geniuses who could challenge those above their level. However, compared to Yi Xian, these geniuses were simply weak chickens. Fang Yuan, go and kill Nalan Bing. Suddenly, a fulfillment realm expert of the moon-worship demonic cult made a gesture to a youth below. The original ambush plan was flawless, and the Northern Heavens Academy had also fallen into their trap. However, with the betrayal of the underworld, the moon-worship demonic cult had fallen into a crisis. The underworld's target was Nalan Bing. Therefore, the moon-worship demonic cult couldn't let them succeed. Alright. A moon-worship demonic cult youth understood and immediately retreated. Then, he circled around the crowd and rushed towards Nalan Bing, who was behind the Northern Heavens Academy. The target is me? How naive. Nalan Bing coldly snorted in her heart. If it was before her awakening, she might not be able to defeat this 9th-level netherpassage realm genius of the moon-worship demonic cult. However, after her awakening, she also had the ability to challenge those above her level. Bing, be careful. Nalan Hao, who was above her, felt the aura and hurriedly shouted. The genius of the moon-worship demonic cult who rushed towards Nalan Bing was called Fang Yuan. He was the grandson of the moon-worship demonic cult's sect leader, Fang Yuanqing. At the same time, he was also the #1 genius of the moon-worship demonic cult. Fang Yuan's talent was similar to that of the Northern Heavens Academy's eldest senior brother, the jade-faced scholar Nalan Jia. He was in his early 20s and was already attempting to break through to the fulfillment realm. In Fang Yuanqing's eyes, Fang Yuan's strength was enough to kill Nalan Bing and take revenge for the betrayal of the underworld. However, how would they know that Nalan Bing was a reincarnator? Reincarnators were all reincarnation realm experts in their previous lives. In their eyes, fulfillment realm experts were just ants. How could a mere 9th-level netherpassage realm expert threaten Nalan Bing? I've heard that there's a talented girl in the Northern Heavens Academy. That must be you. You're also shockingly beautiful, but it's a pity that you're going to die today. A voice rang out as Fang Yuan madly ran towards Nalan Bing. Junior sister, be careful. 3 old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy gathered together and formed a tripartite sword formation to intercept Fang Yuan. Righteous Yang scripture, blazing sun burns the heavens. The 3 old scholars were all unleashing their most powerful moves, causing numerous small suns to appear, formed from true energy and the power of myriad mammoths. The light of these 3 small suns shone on Fang Yuan's body, causing the moon veil on his body to become thinner. However, Fang Yuan was still at the 9th level of the netherpassage realm. Furthermore, he was someone that the moon-worship demonic cult had focused on nurturing. How could he be so easy to deal with? Devil Moon Head, Moon will slash. Fang Yuan finally made his move. The long sword in his hand slashed horizontally, and a crescent moon slash flew towards the 3 old scholars. So strong. Junior brothers, block with all your strength. The 3 old scholars' faces sank as they each displayed their strongest attacks. However, they were unable to block this attack. Bang! 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 The 3 old scholars were all sent flying. Fortunately, they were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Otherwise, they would have died under this attack. Fang Yuan sent the 3 old scholars flying with a single slash. However, he didn't take advantage of the situation to chase after them. Instead, he swept towards Nalan Bing. Die. If you want to blame someone, blame the underworld. Fang Yuan muttered as he slashed his sword once again. In his heart, even 3 old scholars of the same level wouldn't be his opponent when they formed a formation. Nalan Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. How could she block his sword? Chapter 12:18. Is that so? Nalan Bing's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, she flicked the long sword in her hand and passed through Fang Yuan like a ghost. A crisp sound was heard, but no one knew where it came from. Drip. Blood was dripping from Nalan Bing's long sword. Nalan Bing had not participated in the battle since the beginning. She had been under the protection of the 3 old scholars. Where did this drop of blood come from? Junior sister? The 3 old scholars opened their eyes wide, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Originally, they were worried about Nalan Bing's safety. However, after seeing Fang Yuan's neck slowly split open, they were shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. Fang Yuan, the genius of the moon-worship demonic sect who had sent the 3 of them flying, had his head chopped off by Nalan Bing's sword. How was this possible? Plop. The head of the number 1 genius of the moon-worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, fell to the ground. The sound reverberated, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Among these people, there were people from the Northern Heavens Academy and the moon-worship demonic sect. There was no lack of experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, none of them had seen Nalan Bing's movements clearly. Killing the number 1 genius of the moon-worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, with a single strike. Even the jade-faced scholar, Nalan Jie, could not compare to this strength. When did Nalan Bing become so strong? However, among the people present, there was one person who had seen Nalan Bing's movements clearly. That person was Yi Xian. As expected of a reincarnator. You have some skills. Yi Xian sized up Fang Yuan from the corner of his eyes as he fought. Among the people present, he was probably the only one who knew about Nalan Bing's background. As for Scar, he might not know either. At this moment, in the sky. Fang Yuan. The sect leader of the moon-worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan Qing, also widened his eyes in disbelief. Fang Yuan was the focus of the moon-worship demonic sect's cultivation. However, he was challenged and killed in a single strike. This must be a dream. However, the pain on Fang Yuanqing's body made him realize that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan was indeed killed in an instant. What happened to Bing? She has become even stronger than Ajie. Nalan Hao was shocked. Ever since he rescued Nalan Bing, he felt that his daughter was very strange. Now that he saw this scene, he began to suspect that his daughter was not someone else's fake daughter. Right, could it be because of that super expert? A possibility flashed through Nalan Hao's mind. He estimated that this super expert was at least at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. He might even be at the 4th or 5th level of the fulfillment realm or even higher. In order to make Nalan Bing compromise, he first passed on some things to her. That must be it. Nalan Hao thought to himself. Since Nalan Bing's strength had increased so much that even Fang Yuan had died at her hands, Nalan Hao was no longer worried. After all, the fulfillment realm experts were all fighting in the air and were suppressed by them. Everyone, let's destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. At this time, Nalan Hao suddenly shouted. All right. The other Northern Heavens Academy's academicians shouted in response. In the next moment, Nalan Hao took out a large amount of treasures from his interspatial ring. Kill character formula. Mountain River Treasure Map. All the academicians took out their treasures. Although some of these treasures were not in the top 10, when used on the moon worship demonic sect experts, it was very terrifying. In an instant, the moon veil on the moon worship demonic sect experts quietly collapsed. Not only that, but even their demon veins were suppressed by a third. Their combat strength was reduced by a third in an instant. The moon worship demonic sect was originally at a disadvantage. Now that they were shocked, their fighting spirit was completely gone. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's go. Fang Yuanqing made a prompt decision and turned around to run. The rest of the moon worship demonic sect experts also realized that they were in trouble and retreated while fighting. Moon worship demonic sect, now you know how powerful we are. Tang Hongchang laughed loudly and took the lead to chase after them. Now was the chance to beat them while they were down. At this time, more than half of the remaining moon worship demonic sect members were killed. Only half of them were left. The remaining people were already unable to move when the Northern Heavens Academy's treasures appeared. Then, they were instantly killed by the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. In the blink of an eye, the entire moon worship demonic sect only had a dozen fulfillment realm experts left. Moreover, these experts were fleeing while covering their heads. As the moon worship demonic sect experts were retreating, the underworld assassins led by Scar intercepted them. Scar, **CK your ancestors. Fang Yuanqing couldn't help but curse. The winner takes all. Just admit it. The scar-faced man said slowly. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Fang Yuanqing shouted and launched an attack at the scar-faced man. Just with your current strength? The scar-faced man showed a disdainful expression. At this time, the moon worship demonic sect experts were shocked by the treasures and had less than 70% of their strength left. What was there to be afraid of? Bang! The two true chis collided, and Fang Yuanqing's attack instantly turned into nothingness. At the same time, the Northern Heavens Academy experts chasing after the moon worship demonic sect members also used the same magical power. Righteous Yang Scripture, Blazing Sun Convergence. The small suns above the heads of the dozen fulfillment realm experts all converged above Tang Hongchang's head and merged together. The small sun above Tang Hongchang's head expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to a radius of 20 meters. Moon worship demonic sect, die. Tang Hongchang's eyes flickered, and the small sun above his head burst out a dazzling light. This light directly shone on the backs of the moon worship demonic sect members. ZZZ. The backs of the moon worship demonic sect members all began to burn, including Fang Yuanqing, who was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. No, Fang Yuanqing screamed in pain. He knew that this time, they were done for, but he was unwilling to accept that the moon worship demonic sect would be destroyed just like this, and at the hands of his sworn enemy, the Northern Heavens Academy. Hundreds of years ago, the moon worship demonic sect was destroyed once, and after hundreds of years of struggling at death's door, they finally rose from the ashes. But now, they were destroyed again. Huff huff huff. In just a breath, Fang Yuanqing and the others were burned to ashes. The moon worship demonic sect was finally destroyed. However, Fang Yuanqing had already arranged everything before this. Simply speaking, the moon worship demonic sect members were not all dead yet. They would hide and fight with the Northern Heavens Academy in the future. After seeing this scene, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy revealed gratified smiles. They finally took revenge for the Northern Heavens Academy experts who had died. At the same time, they also knew that the moon worship demonic sect was still alive, but they could no longer threaten them. Chapter 12:19. Next, the Northern Heavens Academy would develop greatly. In the future, even if the moon worship demonic sect grew again, they would not be a threat. Nalan Hao looked at the corpses on the ground that were burned by the righteous Yang Scripture and breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought that it would be so easy to destroy the moon-worship demonic sect this time. One must know that they were still in danger a minute ago. This time, fortunately, the assassins from the underworld did not join in. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die in this battle. Congratulations Dean Nayland for destroying the moon-worship demonic sect. The scarred man also cupped his fist and smiled. Humph. Nayland coldly snorted. Although the underworld did not join in this time, the underworld assisted the moon-worship demonic sect last time and killed many scholars in the Northern Heavens Academy. They even kidnapped his son, Nayland Jie. This hatred was not over yet. Dean Nayland, now, shouldn't we talk about our matter? The scarred man said to Nayland Hao. Hearing this, Nayland Hao turned to look at Nayland Bing. Bing, did you really see that, senior? Yes. Nayland Bing nodded. That's true, but the underworld captured Jie. If they really wanted to take him as a disciple, why would they entrust him to the underworld? Nayland Hao did not understand the situation. That day, because of the underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy suffered heavy losses and 3 fulfillment realm scholars died. However, without the underworld, the moon-worship demonic sect might not be destroyed. At that time, the moon-worship demonic sect would hide in the dark and start to nibble away at the Northern Heavens Academy. Don't worry. I, Scarface, swear on my life that Nayland Jie is still alive and well. After a while, that senior will come to Tianyuan City after finishing his business. If you don't believe me, you can come to Tianyuan City's underworld. Scarface said sternly. Hearing this, Nayland Hao turned to look at the surrounding people to see if there were any other opinions. If what Dao Ba said was false, he could have taken advantage of the situation to rob us. In that case, we would have suffered heavy losses. It wouldn't have been so easy to annihilate the moon-worship demonic cult. We might even have died here. Tang Hongchang whispered. Indeed, if the underworld had taken action, this battle would not have ended so quickly and the Northern Heavens Academy would have been in danger. Bing, you decide for yourself, Nayland Hao said to Nayland Bing. Father, I will follow them and take a look. Nayland Bing replied. Alright, this is your decision. Nayland Hao nodded and said to the scarred assassin, if what you said is false, I, Nayland Hao, will destroy the underworld even if I have to die. The underworld he was talking about was only the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. This scarred assassin was the sect master of this underworld branch. The true hell was so powerful that it even had rebirth realm assassins. In the eyes of the true underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy was nothing more than an ant. Don't worry. It's your honor that this big shot has taken a fancy to your children. The scarred assassin laughed. In fact, even he didn't know who wanted to capture Nayland Bing and Nayland Jie. When that big shot heard these 2 names, he immediately gave the order to release the other siblings and only wanted Nayland Bing and Nayland Jie. After that, Nayland Bing left the Northern Heavens Academy's group and shot towards the underworld's assassins. Seeing Nayland Bing coming over, the scarred assassin smiled and said, "Little girl, let's go." After saying that, he led the assassins and disappeared into the darkness. Nayland Hao and the others looked at Nayland Bing's back as she left. After a while, Nayland Hao said, "Clean up the battlefield and count the people." Now that the moon-worship demonic sect was destroyed, they probably wouldn't rise again in a short period of time. They could finally relax. In this battle, although the Northern Heavens Academy crushed the moon-worship demonic sect, many scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy died in this battle. There were a total of 50 of them. Because this battle was very important, no one would collect the corpses in the middle. Even the actions of collecting the universe rings were very rare. Soon, the dead people were all collected by Nayland Hao into the universe ring. When they returned to the Northern Heavens Academy, they would be buried one by one. As for the corpses of the moon-worship demonic sect, they would just throw them in the wilderness. After all, this was an unmarked graveyard. However, Nalan Hao and the others missed out on one thing. Yi Xian, who had obtained Elder Lu's blood letter, was nowhere to be seen. The moon-worship demonic sect leader's universe ring contained the strongholds of the moon-worship demonic sect. Therefore, Nalan Hao immediately ordered people to clean up these strongholds. Although they couldn't completely eliminate them, they could still deal a heavy blow to the moon-worship demonic sect. The more thoroughly they cleaned up, the more time it would take for the moon-worship demonic sect to rise again. After a while, hundreds of disciples and scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy took the stronghold maps and left. Where's that kid? Only at this time did Elder Lu realize that Yi Xian, who had broken the 7 profound demonic sword formation and saved his life, was nowhere to be seen. Elder Lu, who are you talking about? One of the scholars asked. Yi Xian, who broke the 7 profound demonic sword formation that day. Why is he missing? Elder Lu frowned. After his reminder, the surrounding people also reacted. Right, Yi Xian hadn't been here since a while ago. Could it be that he was killed in the chaotic battle? Nalan Hao said with a frown. Yi Xian was a very good seed. His Silent Night Thoughts was ranked 5th on the famous works list. In the future, his achievements might even surpass them. However, there was no sign of Yi Xian in the surroundings, nor was there a corpse. Where did he go? Immediately, Nalan Hao checked his universe ring and found that Yi Xian's corpse wasn't inside. Elder Lu, I saw that kid easily kill the moon-worship demonic sect's 9th level Nether Passage realm survivor. He's very strong and shouldn't have died in that chaotic battle. I guess that we didn't notice him, so he took the map and left. One of the scholars replied. Hearing this, Elder Lu nodded slightly. However, a 7th level Nether Passage realm expert could kill a 9th level Nether Passage realm expert. Such a genius should be nurtured with great effort. This matter would have to wait until Yi Xian returned to the Northern Heavens Academy. However, how could they know that Yi Xian didn't leave with the moon-worship demonic sect stronghold map? Before this, he had already concealed his aura and disguised himself as a normal person to blend into the group of assassins. At this time, he was following the group of assassins towards distant Sky City. This group of assassins had more than 100 people, and they were all at least 8th level Nether Passage realm experts. Among them, there were nearly 10 fulfillment realm experts. Chapter 12:20. Nalan Bing, who had willingly left, followed behind the scarred assassin. At this time, the scarred assassin suddenly asked, Nalan Bing, I wonder if I can ask who that big shot is? It's best if you don't ask. Nalan Bing replied in a cold tone. Just now, the scarred assassin had given Nalan Bing a secret signal from his lips. With this signal, Nalan Bing knew who was looking for her and Nalan Jia. The person who was looking for them was not an enemy, but an ally. That was why she left with him. After hearing Nalan Bing's answer, the knife-scarred assassin was very unhappy. He thought that if it wasn't for some big shot taking a fancy to Nalan Bing, he would have raped Nalan Bing and then killed her. However, as long as he completed this mission, the rewards he would receive would be the most he had ever seen as an assassin. Therefore, Nalan Bing was equivalent to his moneybags. As long as he completed this mission, he would be satisfied in the future. However, he did not know that an uninvited guest had sneaked into his team. At this time, at the back of the team, there was an assassin dressed in black with only 2 eyes exposed. His face under the mask revealed a sly sneer. This assassin was Yi Xian, who had used the assassination state to sneak into the team. Mo Shui would rather die in my hands than be killed by Nalan Bing. This shows how much hatred he has. Since I promised Mo Shui, I will fulfill this promise. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he hurried. Although Nalan Bing was his senior sister and the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao, Nalan Bing had set a trap for him. Moreover, after Nalan Bing had awakened, she still did so. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill Nalan Bing. This time, he had hidden in the team for no other reason than to kill Nalan Bing. Of course, Nalan Bing was being escorted by the Scarred Assassin, a second-stage Fulfillment Realm expert. In addition, there were nearly 10 first-stage Fulfillment Realm assassins. Therefore, if Yi Xian was exposed, he would definitely be besieged. However, Yi Xian had been suppressing a battle intent that had not completely erupted in his heart. Just now, when the Northern Heavens Academy fought against the moon-worship demonic sect, the number of people on both sides was about the same. Therefore, the battle ended very quickly, and he didn't gain much from it. Now, this assassin troop had more than 100 people, and no one could compete with him. If he could kill all of these enemies, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, killing Nalan Bing would be extremely easy. Slaughtering Feast, Blade Storm. If these two skills are used together, I wonder how strong they would be. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Feast of Slaughter was his initial skill after fusing with the Slaughter God bloodline. After activating it, he would become braver the more he killed for a certain period of time. The more people he killed, the more his strength would increase. Blade Storm was a new skill after the fusion of Scarlet Storm and 10,000 Swords in origin. Its power was needless to say. This time, Yi Xian had to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and kill Nalan Bing. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he devoured the 10,000 words blood oath and the weapons that had killed many people. In an instant, his killing intent skyrocketed. However, what surprised him was that he had overestimated the value of the 10,000 words blood oath. The killing intent that the 10,000 words blood oath gave him was not enough to activate Blade Storm. What the F***ck? Yi Xian's eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Everything was ready, except for the crucial element. But now, something had gone wrong with Blade Storm. What should he do? Damn it, I'll do it all the same. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He gathered his true qi and all creation strength, then slashed with his sword. Slaughtering Feast. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's Peerless Slash. A powerful flame dragon roared out, instantly engulfing several assassins in black in front of Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, these assassins were incinerated by the flame dragon. This attack caused the death of 8 people, 2 of whom were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. An ordinary peerless flame dragon slash would not have been able to create such an effect. However, Yi Xian had fused Killing Intent Explosion with it this time, so its power was multiplied. The killing intent from Killing Intent Explosion would increase as Yi Xian's cultivation level increased. To put it simply, there was a limit to the amount of killing intent that could be unleashed every time. This time, Yi Xian had unleashed his killing intent to the extreme. Hearing the commotion behind them, the Scarred Assassin and the others could not help but stop. They turned around and saw that someone was making a move. What's going on? The Scarred Assassin and the others did not understand the situation. They were all on the same side. As long as they returned to Tianyuan City and waited for the big shots to arrive, they would be rewarded handsomely. But now, why would someone suddenly make a move? However, the Scarred Assassin and the others did not directly attack and take down the rebel Yi Xian. After all, the dead would not receive any rewards. The more people that died, the more rewards the others would receive. However, when Nalan Bing saw this scene, her eyes widened involuntarily, because she saw a familiar ability. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash, is it him? Nalan Bing immediately reacted. Although she could not see the person who used the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash, she was certain that this person was the assassin who chased after her that day, the one who killed Mo Shui. She did not expect that this assassin had been hiding in the team all this time. More importantly, even she did not notice him. Now, I will take revenge for that day. Nalan Bing snorted and suddenly took out her long sword, ready to charge forward and cut Yi Xian into pieces. At this moment, Yi Xian had already used the peerless flaming dragon slash several times, killing more than 30 assassins. The peerless flaming dragon slash that was infused with killing intent was extremely powerful. Every time he killed an enemy, his killing intent would skyrocket. It was very profitable. Not enough, not enough. Yi Xian thought to himself as he killed. Although he received a lot of killing intent, he was still unable to use the blade storm. However, it might be enough to collect all of these people's interspatial rings. These assassins had killed countless people, and their weapons were full of killing intent. If they were devoured, he could still obtain a considerable amount of killing intent. Moreover, there were many good things in these people's interspatial rings that could help him break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Nalan Bing found me? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he felt a familiar aura rushing toward him. However, he was not afraid. Luo, come! Yi Xian shouted in his heart. In the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside him. Luo, who had been concentrating on cultivating in the planting space, had also broken through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Young master, watch me. After Luo appeared, a pink eyeball immediately formed. Chapter 12:21. Back at Black Chaos Corner, Luo was only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm, but her eye of enchantment had charmed dozens of people and caused the Phantom Gang to kill each other. This time, she played a very important role as well. The eyes of the group of assassins were all focused on the big pink eyeball. This was exactly what they wanted. Enchantment. Luo controlled the eye of enchantment and focused it on 10 people. These 10 were all 9th level Nether Passage realm experts. Not only that, but Yi Xian also used his new skill. Scorching Hell. Scorching Hell was the result of the fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. It was both an illusion and a mental attack. In fact, its effect was stronger than both. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people fell into the illusion. Flame Demon. Flame Demon, many people cried out in alarm, and then directly attacked the people around them. In the blink of an eye, this group of assassins was half taken out by Yi Xian and Luo. These two guys are pretty good. Nalan Bing thought to herself. Yi Xian, she wanted to kill him. As for Luo, she wanted to capture her. Yi Xian's gaze swept over and landed on Nalan Bing's body. Immediately after, he had Luo control the 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts and attack her. Understood, young master. Luo immediately did as she was told. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts attacked Nalan Bing directly. The face of the knife-scarred man behind them darkened and he yelled, "Not good, help." Nalan Bing was his mission target. He had to escort her safely to distant Sky City and wait for the experts to arrive. If something happened to Nalan Bing, he would have to find a place to hide. Because he didn't do his job well, only death awaited him. In the blink of an eye, the knife-scarred man and the other first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins all rushed out. Although they hoped that fewer assassins would receive the reward, if Nalan Bing died, not only would they not receive the reward, but their lives would also be in danger. Therefore, they had to protect Nalan Bing with all their strength. However, even though they reacted quickly, they were still a beat too slow. The attacks of the 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts were already in front of Nalan Bing. Petty tricks. Nalan Bing snorted softly, and the real chi and the power of all creations on her body surged, and condensed into a layer of ice armor around her body. Kacha. 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These attacks, without exception, all landed on the ice armor. Not a single one was able to penetrate the ice armor and injure Nalan Bing. As expected of a reincarnator. Taste this move. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he suddenly struck out with his sword. Another flame dragon that was infused with killing intent rushed out and attacked Nalan Bing. This attack was even more powerful than the previous ones, because Yi Xian had already used a feast of slaughter from the very beginning. His current strength was 30% stronger than before. This was the boost he received after killing so many assassins. After feeling the extraordinariness of this aura, Nalan Bing's expression became even more gloomy. This attack was incomparably powerful, and even she had to use all her strength to block it. But before that, the Scarred Assassin arrived first. The Scarred Assassin was the sect master of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. He was at the second level of the fulfillment realm, and he had 2 natal palaces in his body. He casually swung his sword and shattered Yi Xian's peerless flame dragon slash. What a hindrance! Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Fortunately, his strength was still increasing. That was because the people that Luo killed could also be considered as his. Megatron, Thunder Pearl, you too go as well. Yi Xian swung the Sky Quake sword in his hand. Both the Sky Quake sword and the Thunder Pearl had reached the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Although the Thunder Pearl no longer had any skills, it was still very useful. It had no problem killing an ordinary 8th level Nether Passage realm cultivator. On the other side, the 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins were taking care of the traitors. At the same time, they had their eyes set on Luo. Whoever captures that little fox alive will be greatly rewarded. At this time, Nalan Bing shouted loudly. What? Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. Who was Nalan Bing? She was someone chosen by a big shot. Her words were worth 1,000 gold. The 8 assassins were originally planning to kill Luo, but when they heard this, they all surrounded her. Humph, you think you can capture me with just your strength? Luo had a disdainful expression. Immediately, hundreds of clones appeared. Then, these clones all formed 7 demonic flames. 7-colored demonic flames, 1,000-layer explosion. All Luo's attacked together. A powerful aura caused the 8 Fulfillment Realm experts to break out in cold sweat. This attack is no small matter. Defend with all your strength. A Fulfillment Realm assassin yelled. Among the 100 clones, there were more than 70 true energy clones. Only 20 or so were fake. If these 70 true energy clones attacked at full power, even the Scarred Assassin would have a hard time defending. This was why Yi Xian always gave Luo treasures. Although Luo wasn't a reincarnator, she had awakened the heavenly loathing fox bloodline and was very powerful. If she grew up, she would be Yi Xian's right-hand woman. These treasures were much better than using them on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's leveling up experience was too terrifying. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out, and the entire battlefield was swept up into a giant wave. The assassins in the range of the explosions were blown to pieces. Not only that, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins were actually pushed back by this attack. Fortunately, the 8 of them worked together. Otherwise, they would have been injured. So scary. She has such destructive power at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Who is this little girl? These Fulfillment Realm assassins all thought to themselves. The Scarred Assassin was the same. He wondered who Luo was. This little fox probably awakened some kind of bloodline, and its grade is high. I must get her body. Nalan Bing's eyes revealed an expression she had never seen before. Compared to Yi Xian, she wanted to capture Luo more. This way, she could use a secret art to steal Luo's body. Nalan Bing looked at Luo and reminded, be careful. Don't kill by mistake, or I'll kill him. Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. It seemed that they would have to be careful. Go! Everyone went forward again. Humph, you bastards! You're bullying me with numbers. Taste this. Luo snorted softly. The long white tail behind her suddenly split into 5. 6 tails, appear. Rainbow demonic fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Luo attacked again. This time, the power was much stronger than before. 6 tails. Nalan Bing's expression turned serious. The greed in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 12:22. In Nalan Bing's previous tribe, even foxes who had lived for hundreds of years might not be able to grow 3 tails. Even foxes who had lived for thousands of years might not have 6 tails. Nalan Bing was only at this level when she was at her peak. However, Luo was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. She only had a lifespan of 100 years. Nalan Bing estimated that Luo was no more than 20 years old. To have 6 tails before the age of 20 meant that she was the #1 genius in the history of the fox race. I must have her. I must have her body. Nalan Bing's eyes widened as she stared at Luo. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he saw Nalan Bing's expression that seemed to be on the verge of madness. This Nalan Bing has been coveting Luo. I can't let her succeed. Yi Xian said in his mind and hastily attacked. However, the scarred assassin easily blocked his attack. Kid, you're not someone I recruited. Who are you? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. Guess who I am? Yi Xian snorted and continued attacking. Right now, he was stalling for time. The more time passed, the stronger his strength would become. Because there were people constantly dying. If you won't tell me, then I'll do it myself. The scarred assassin's eyes flashed as he prepared to kill Yi Xian. However, Nalan Bing suddenly said, Scar, you go too. Capture that girl and I'll teach you a fragmentation divine ability. What? As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred assassin was dumbfounded. Fragmentation divine ability? The scarred assassin gulped. He was only at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm and had barely learned a low-level fulfillment divine ability. However, Nalan Bing said that she would teach him a fragmentation divine ability. If he mastered it, wouldn't he be invincible? Why, you're serious? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. A fragmentation divine ability. However, even a 9th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioner might not know a fragmentation realm martial practitioner's divine ability. Nalan Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Why would she know one? Could it be, the scarred assassin guessed, is Nalan Bing a reincarnator? Previously, he had heard that Nalan Bing had broken free from her shackles and then erupted with a powerful strength. Now that he thought about it, Nalan Bing might really be a reincarnator. Reincarnator, he had actually managed to gain the support of a reincarnator. This meant that he would have a meteoric rise in the future. That's right, shatter your divine ability, as long as you can catch that girl. Nalan Bing nodded solemnly. Hearing this, the scarred assassin hesitated. Among the people present, his cultivation was the highest. He was at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. If he attacked, Luo would probably be captured by him in an instant. However, if he were to leave and Nalan Bing was unable to defeat Yi Xian, not only would he not be able to obtain the shattering ability, but his life would also be in danger. Hence, he decided to kill Yi Xian first before capturing Luo. However, just as he was about to make a move, Nalan Bing continued, Don't be a busybody. Go and capture that girl. I want to personally kill this brat. When these words entered the ears of the scarred assassin, he couldn't help but stop. After a short pause, he rushed towards Luo. Luo, Dao Ba is heading towards you. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. Don't worry, young master. It's not like you didn't hear them. They want to capture me. Even if I'm captured, can't you immediately rescue me? Luo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Indeed, as long as she was within Yi Xian's sensing range, Luo would instantly be sent into the artifact space or the plantation space. Hence, Yi Xian could focus on dealing with Nalan Bing. Was it you who killed Mo Shui? After the scarred assassin left, Nalan Bing frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. That's right. Yi Xian replied. Mo Shui's life is mine. How dare you interfere? You're courting death. Nalan Bing didn't say anything else and directly attacked. A cold light shot towards Yi Xian. It was the life-seizing soul slash. Tisk, if you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Yi Xian had a look of disdain on his face as he also slashed with his sword. Although he was a level lower than Nalan Bing, with the assassination mode, killing feast, and killing intent explosion, he might not be weaker than Nalan Bing. Previously, he was waiting for the killing intent to increase. As long as the killing intent reached the required amount for Bladestorm, then he would be able to kill everyone. However, he used Luo as bait to lure the enemy away. Hence, he had to kill Nalan Bing within this period of time. Otherwise, once Luo was captured, these people would immediately turn around and attack him. He would be doomed eternally. Young master, I can only hold on for 2 seconds. Luo reminded. 2 seconds should be enough. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as 2 golden lights shot out. Eye of Glory. A set of golden armor covered Yi Xian's entire body. Although the Overlord's limitless sword had been recalled by the system and Yi Xian had obtained a point of devouring, the Eye of Glory could still be used. In an instant, Yi Xian's true energy turned golden. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After activating the Eye of Glory, Yi Xian once again slashed out with his sword. The power of this slash was much stronger than before. The reason Yi Xian hadn't taken it out earlier was because he was waiting for an opportunity like this, an opportunity to kill Nalan Bing in one hit. This golden flame dragon roared as it attacked Nalan Bing. Nalan Bing's expression had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian, a mere 7th level Nether Passage Realm martial artist, would be able to unleash such an attack. The Sword God's bloodline, the Eye of Glory, the eruption of killing intent, and the command of death. All of these factors added together allowed this peerless flame dragon slash to have the power to threaten a fulfillment realm expert. If Nalan Bing didn't have the ability, she would definitely die under this attack. Nalan Bing didn't dare to be careless, nor did she dare to use the soul-seeking fatal slash. Instead, she used her ultimate move. 3 days soul-seeking fatal slash. Whoosh! This sword beam pierced through the air and collided with the golden flame dragon. Yi Xian was at the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm, while Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Moreover, she was also a reincarnator. However, Yi Xian's strength was extraordinary after he merged with the God of Slaughter's bloodline. In this clash, Yi Xian had the upper hand. 2 seconds is enough for me to use the Peerless Flame Dragon slash 3 more times. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the huge explosion in front of him. However, Nalan Bing could probably use the 3 days soul-seeking fatal slash 3 more times. Therefore, if he didn't use some trump cards, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Nalan Bing. The 10 9th level Nether Passage Realm martial artists under Luo's control had all been taken care of by the Fulfillment Realm assassins. Therefore, Yi Xian was currently fighting Nalan Bing alone. However, Yi Xian still had one last trump card, one that he had almost never used before. Chapter 1223. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Come out. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He waved his hands, and in the next moment, a dense pack of black shadows appeared around him. Before this, he had taken in a lot of exotic beasts and let them reproduce endlessly in the planting space. These exotic beasts had grown to at least the 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm after being nourished by the abundant natural energy. Some of them had even reached the 5th level. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivation level and Nalan Bing's, their numbers were enough to make Nalan Bing pale. The blue silk snakes, 100-flower butterflies, and lightning blade mantis were fine, but the poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes were very good at reproducing. Before Yi Xian released them, they had already gathered an army of 100,000 inside. Before this, Yi Xian was worried about the number of exotic beasts. Because the planting space was not big enough, he wanted to use some of them. Now, they finally came in handy. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes appeared, shocking everyone. Besides that, thousands of lightning blade mantis, 100-flower butterflies, and blue silk snakes were mobilized. What is this? Everyone was shocked, including the Fulfillment Realm experts. Nalan Bing was also shocked. With so many exotic beasts surrounding her, even a Fulfillment Realm expert would have to avoid them. Go! At Yi Xian's order, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts swarmed toward Nalan Bing. At the same time, Yi Xian launched another attack. Killing Intent Eruption. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A flame dragon led the exotic beast army and charged toward Nalan Bing. Not good. The scarred assassin and the others paled. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to protect Nalan Bing. If Nalan Bing died, not only would they lose their reward, they would also have to flee this place. Anyone could die, but not Nalan Bing. Yi Xian predicted that Nalan Bing would not be able to stop the exotic beast army. However, Nalan Bing was a reincarnator. She would not die so easily. She immediately channeled a large amount of true energy and manifestation power to form layers of ice armor around herself. In the blink of an eye, an ice crystal cage appeared and protected her. Boom! The flame dragon's peerless slash hit the ice crystal cage, but it only broke through a few layers of ice crystal defense, not even half of it. Immediately after, tens of thousands of exotic beasts surrounded Nalan Bing and began to attack. Yi Xian did not expect Nalan Bing to have such a strong defensive mystique. It seemed like this was going to be troublesome. Kacha! 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 The bloodthirsty mosquitoes' sharp mouths kept stabbing at the ice crystal cage, but the difference in their realms was too great, so they couldn't break through its defense. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately gave them other orders. Change the target. In an instant, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts pounced toward the other assassins. I've just learned a Hearts Will Divine ability some time ago. It just so happens that I can test its power today. When the scarred assassin saw that Nalan Bing was safe, he immediately snorted coldly. Hearts Will Divine ability, Whirlwind. He suddenly swept the sword in his hand, and an extremely ordinary sword ray swept into the group of exotic beasts. However, this attack was not that simple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the sword ray entered the group of exotic beasts, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Countless sword rays appeared and swept away all the exotic beasts in the surroundings. In an instant, more than 20,000 bloodthirsty mosquitoes and poison wasp king were torn to shreds. Severed limbs flew through the air. The entire group of exotic beasts was reduced by half. This move was also beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Ding, Hearts Will Divine ability, Whirlwind has been successfully copied. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he listened to the system notification. With his current realm, he could use it. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Go! Without another word, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword. Hearts Will Divine ability, Whirlwind. Whoosh! This sword ray tore through the air, but its target was not Nalan Bing. It was the first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins. What? This attack was beyond everyone's expectations. Wasn't this what the scarred assassin used just now? Not good, run. The Fulfillment Realm experts who were fighting Luo Luo immediately retreated when they saw this attack. This move was a Hearts Will Divine ability. Even if the person who used it was just a 7th-level Nether Passage realm brat, it was not to be underestimated. However, there were still 3 Fulfillment Realm experts who were too slow to dodge and were heavily injured by the sword energy that burst out of the sword beam. This whirlwind was a move that gathered a large amount of true energy and then exploded. However, this move could easily injure allies, so Yi Xian quickly summoned Luo Luo back. Then, Luo Luo appeared again. "Young master, for you." Luo Luo took out a handful of universe rings and handed them to Yi Xian. Just now, she had used the charmed people to collect universe rings. There were 50 of them in total. All right. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured these universe rings. However, these Netherworld Palace assassins were out on a mission, so there wouldn't be too many things. Yi Xian couldn't break through. Damn it, just a little more. Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. The "a little more" he was referring to was his realm and killing intent. These things weren't enough for him to break through to the 8th level of Nether Passage realm, and they weren't enough for him to use Bladestorm either. This time, he was screwed. While Yi Xian was still in a daze, the scarred assassin had already slashed again. This time, it was the Heart's Will divine ability, Whirlwind. It tore apart the remaining exotic beasts. Now, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were like turtles in a jar. "Young master, what should we do?" Luo Luo couldn't help but ask. At this time, Yi Xian was also hesitating. Should he continue fighting or run? In fact, he still had a trump card he hadn't used yet, and that was the Eye of Assassination. However, the Eye of Assassination consumed a lot of killing intent. Once he used it, he probably wouldn't be able to use Bladestorm. A reincarnator really isn't that easy to kill. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Previously, he was at the same level as Mo Shui, but he couldn't do anything to Mo Shui. Now that he was 1 level lower than Nalan Bing, if he broke through, Nalan Bing would definitely die. What he lacked was only luck. "Humph, I'll let you guys off for now. Let's go." Yi Xian glanced at the experts that were flying towards him and directly broke through the void. What? The scarred assassin and the others were shocked as they watched the void door close. Crack. At this time, the ice crystal cage suddenly shattered, and Nalan Bing walked out of it. She couldn't figure out how Yi Xian left. "Find them. We must find them," Nalan Bing immediately ordered. Chapter 12:24. Of course, Nalan Bing's target wasn't Yi Xian, but Luo Luo. However, Yi Xian had already run far away. At this moment, in another part of the unmarked common graves. "Young master, what a pity." Luo Luo couldn't help but say. "Yeah, just a little bit more." Yi Xian nodded helplessly. There was another reason why he ran away. The duration of the Feast of Slaughter was about to end. The deaths of so many people had increased the Feast of Slaughter's buff by 50%. That was why he could fight with Nalan Bing. If the duration of the Feast of Slaughter was over, his strength would fall. However, he wouldn't be able to fight with Nalan Bing. Thus, he could only give up on this mission. However, there weren't any random missions now and he was about to break through. As long as the death warrant was still in effect, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. This group of people is heading towards Tianyuan City. That means Nalan Bing's brother, Nalan Jia, is probably in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian said in his heart. He guessed that Nalan Jia hadn't awakened yet. The latter should be his senior brother. However, he had already promised Mo Shui. Thus, he had to kill Nalan Jia. If he were to awaken as well and join forces with Nalan Bing, then it would not be so easy to kill Nalan Bing. Thus, he had to rush to Tianyuan City before the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing. Let's go. Immediately, Yi Xian started running and hurrying on his way. The scarred assassin was the leader of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. In other words, there weren't many experts in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. His success rate was high as long as he got there before them. On the other side, Nalan Bing ordered a search of the surroundings. It took a long time. During the search, Yi Xian had already passed them and was heading towards Tianyuan City. The group of assassins couldn't find anything. Thus, they could only stop and escort Nalan Bing to Tianyuan City first. Along the way, Yi Xian constantly paid attention to the blood-red kill word in the sky. With the death warrant, he could clearly feel that Nalan Bing was behind him. From the unmarked common graves to Tianyuan City, it would take at least a day's time to travel at full speed. However, I don't need to rest while traveling. I will definitely be able to arrive before them, Yi Xian said to himself. The group of killers also needed to use their movement divine abilities to travel. Their true qi was not inexhaustible, so they were slower than Yi Xian. Very quickly, a day later, Yi Xian arrived at Tianyuan City. The city master of Heaven Distant City was a fulfillment realm expert. However, with Yi Xian's current strength, he could already contend against an expert of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he directly entered Tianyuan City and sensed his surroundings. The perceptive eye, spiritual sense, and killer instinct allowed his perception range to be even greater than that of a first-level intent realm expert. Right now, he was looking for experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Got it. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed forward. This 9th level Nether Passage realm expert was eating in a restaurant. Yi Xian was looking for him for no other reason than to ask for the location of the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian directly rushed to the restaurant and used his heaven's eye from afar. Scorching hell. This new move was very useful. In the blink of an eye, this 9th level Nether Passage realm old man was trapped in an illusion. Around this illusory realm, there was scorching magma everywhere. The rising flame aura made the old man feel so hot that his chest felt stuffy. What's going on? The old man was a little surprised. He immediately stood up and found himself on top of a large stone pillar. Below his feet was a sea of lava that stretched as far as the eye could see. The strongest illusion art not only blinded the enemy's eyes, but also deceived their spiritual sense and memories, making them feel like they were in reality. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Although this 9th level Nether Passage realm old man had lived for more than half his life, he had only just broken through. He had no resistance to Yi Xian's Heaven's Eye attack. After the old man was controlled, Yi Xian withdrew the illusion. Then, the old man left behind a few inner demon pills and rushed out of the restaurant. Greetings, master. The old man said respectfully as he came to Yi Xian's side. Do you know where the underworld branch of Tianyuan City is located? Yi Xian asked directly without hesitation. I do. The old man nodded. In fact, he was also an assassin in the underworld. He had accepted and issued several missions before, so he knew where the underworld branch was. Very good. Take me there. Yi Xian said with great satisfaction. His purpose in coming to Tianyuan City was to find the underworld branch. If Nalan Jia was there, it would be best if he could control Nalan Jia. This was because Nalan Bing was someone he had to kill. If he killed Nalan Bing, Nalan Jia would definitely seek revenge in the future. Although Nalan Jia hasn't awakened, he is still a reincarnator. He won't be so easy to control. If I fail, then I can only kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself as he followed the old man. He was on the verge of breaking through, but it wasn't something a few 9th level Nether Passage realm cultivators could make up for. Unless he destroyed the city lord's residence in Tianyuan City. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to kill his way into the underworld and kill Nalan Jia. Then, he would break through and wait for Nalan Bing. Killing two birds with one stone. After a while, the controlled old man brought Yi Xian to a seemingly ordinary residence. This place was very cheap, and very few people passed by. However, Yi Xian felt an unusual aura. There were more than 10 8th and 9th level Nether Passage realm experts hidden around this residence. It seemed that he had found the right place. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. The old man came to the residence and knocked a few times. 3 long knocks and 2 short ones. Then, a middle-aged man came to open the door. "Do you want to eat or stay?" asked the 9th level Nether Passage realm middle-aged man. This was a professional job. In other restaurants, it meant to eat, but in this restaurant, it meant to issue missions. As for staying, it meant accepting missions. Eating. The old man answered directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of Yi Xian, who was behind the old man, flashed. Scorching hell. Eye of control. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. This middle-aged man had already broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, so his soul was much stronger than the old man Yi Xian was currently controlling. Chapter 12:25. The middle-aged man started to fall into an illusion. Then, he was attacked by the Eye of Control and immediately reacted. However, before he could speak, Yi Xian used another round of attacks. Ding! Control successful. The middle-aged man was immediately controlled by Yi Xian. "Come, let's go in." Yi Xian ordered the middle-aged man in his mind. Then, the middle-aged man led Yi Xian and the middle-aged man into the room. There was a hidden passage behind the bookshelves in the room. This was the entrance to Tianyuan City's underworld branch. However, they didn't immediately go down. "Let me ask you, is there a person called Nalan Jia down there?" "He came from the Northern Heavens Academy and was kidnapped," asked Yi Xian. At the same time, he took out Nalan Jia's portrait from his universe ring. "There is. A few days ago, the lords brought him here. However, I don't know if he's still down there." The middle-aged man shook his head. The underworld branch had many entrances and exits. This middle-aged man was only guarding one entrance. "All right." Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions. He directly passed through the formation and entered the underworld. It was very spacious down there. Even Yi Xian's perception couldn't cover it completely. At this time, there were still a few assassins and staff of the underworld. 22 9th level Nether Passage realm cultivators and 7 1st level Fulfillment realm cultivators. Yi Xian made a rough calculation. There were still some secret rooms in the underworld branch. He didn't know where Nalan Jia was. "I didn't expect Tianyuan City's underworld branch to have so many experts. Were they originally here, or were they transferred from other places?" Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered. What he lacked now was natural treasures. Therefore, he decided to control all 22 9th level Nether Passage realm experts first. When the time came, these people would be able to defend against a few Fulfillment realm experts if they fought. He immediately began to act. If he delayed any longer, the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing would arrive. With the death warrant, Yi Xian could clearly sense the distance between him and Nalan Bing. He estimated that in half an hour, the scarred killer and Nalan Bing would be able to rush back. Scorching hell. Eye of control. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another as Yi Xian's servants increased in number. He first looked for martial artists with weaker auras. Such people were easier to control compared to others. Then, he asked them to go outside and bring all their belongings over. Yi Xian estimated that he would definitely be able to break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm as long as he gathered all of their belongings. At that time, would he even need to worry about not being able to fight a Fulfillment realm expert? However, at this moment, an aura suddenly appeared in the underworld branch, causing Yi Xian's heart to tremble. What? Second level of the fulfillment realm? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Why was there another expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm in Sky Faraway City? Yi Xian immediately asked the middle-aged man who had received him. Master, this is the sect master of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch, Kuang Long. He was invited to protect Nailan Jia, the middle-aged man replied. What? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had only asked about Nailan Jia earlier, but he had been careless and forgot to ask about how many experts there were in the underworld branch. After the sect master of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch arrived, he directly walked into the depths of the underworld branch as if it was his own home. Scarface sent a message saying that a troublesome person might appear in Sky Faraway City. He asked me to protect Nailan Jia at all costs. Kuang Long was very disdainful of this Seizing Heart City's underworld branch. How troublesome could a troublesome person be in front of a second-level fulfillment realm expert like him? However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he directly went to a secret room protected by a formation and sat down. At the same time, he also ordered the fulfillment realm experts of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch to be careful. Their every move fell into Yi Xian's ears. Now, Yi Xian was in a difficult situation. It seems that Nailan Jia is in that secret room. This is going to be troublesome. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that Nailan Jia had not awakened, it was the best time to kill him. However, Nailan Jia was surrounded by many experts. It would not be easy to kill Nailan Jia under the protection of so many experts. It was not that easy for a reincarnator to awaken. Back then, Yi Xian had accidentally awakened Mo Shui. However, when Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia met, Nailan Jia would probably awaken. When that time came, Yi Xian would lose the best opportunity. Let's do it. Yi Xian sensed Nailan Bing's location and immediately made a decision. Nailan Bing would be here soon. He had to act immediately. Immediately, he left the underworld branch and looted all of the controlled experts' belongings. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. After the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. If he had been at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm back then, Nailan Bing would have been an ice-cold corpse by now. Unfortunately, he had only broken through now. All of you, attack the underworld branch in 1 minute. Yi Xian gave the order to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yes. The group of people responded in unison. This time, Yi Xian's plan was to create a diversion. He would use these people as bait to attack the underworld and lure away the fulfillment realm experts. Then, he would disguise himself as someone from the underworld branch and launch a sneak attack on Nailan Jia. With his realm, as long as Kuang Long didn't interfere, attacking the unawakened Nailan Jia was a 100% success rate. Yi Xian returned to the underworld and waited quietly. 1 minute later. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from above, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? The members of the underworld branch in Tianyuan City all raised their heads. Could it be an earthquake? This thought flashed through many people's minds. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. This wasn't an earthquake. Someone was attacking the formation of the underworld branch. Boss Kuang Long, I'll go take a look. A fulfillment realm expert immediately said. He wanted to find out which bastard had the guts to attack one of Hell's branches. Even the Tianyuan City Lord didn't have the right to do so. Very soon, the fulfillment realm expert left through the back door. When he arrived outside, he discovered that there were more than 29th level experts attacking one of Hell's branches. How dare you! The fulfillment realm expert was enraged and immediately attacked. Chapter 12:26. Most importantly, these people had a captain, and this captain was a young fox girl with a long tail. Luo Luo. Empower me with all the power of myriad mammoth. Luo Luo immediately ordered. Yes. In an instant, the 29th level Nether Passage Realm experts empowered Luo Luo with all the power of myriad mammoth. Luo Luo's speed instantly skyrocketed. Demon Fox Flash. Luo Luo turned into a bolt of white lightning and flashed past the Fulfillment Realm expert. Rip. A crisp sound rang, and the first-level Fulfillment Realm expert's head was cut off by Luo Luo. Yesterday, Luo Luo had stopped 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm experts by herself. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Today, with so many people helping her, it was within Yi Xian's expectations that she could kill a Fulfillment Realm expert instantly. Of course, the real reason this Fulfillment Realm expert died was because he was careless. He saw that Luo Luo was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, so he did not think much of her. Inside the Nether Palace branch. Seeing that the commotion at the top of Seizing Heart City's Nether Palace branch still hadn't stopped, Kuang Long said to the others, "Go, 2 more go and check." He guessed that the Fulfillment Realm expert must have been held back by Qin Lai. Yes, Lord Kuang Long. 2 Fulfillment Realm experts left the Nether Palace branch again. However, they still did not return. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in a corner, was using the Eye of Revelation to observe Kuang Long. There was a secret room behind Kuang Long. The array formation in this secret room was extremely profound. Yi Xian's Eye of Insight was unable to see through it, but the moment the Berserk Dragon came out, he felt the aura of a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm cultivator. Yi Xian estimated that the person inside the secret room was Nalan Jia. Right now, he was waiting for Kuang Long to personally go out and check. When the time came, he could directly enter the secret room and kill Nalan Jia inside. The 2 Fulfillment Realm experts who were sent out still had not returned. Right now, there were only 4 Fulfillment Realm experts and Kuang Long, who was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, left in distant Sky City's Nether Palace branch. "What should we do, Lord Kuang Long?" asked a Fulfillment Realm expert. "Humph, the 4 of you guard this place. I'll go out and take a look myself." Mad Dragon snorted coldly and walked toward the entrance. With his cultivation level, could it be that he couldn't take care of the people outside? Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw Berserk Dragon making a move. He immediately slipped into the shadows and headed for the secret room. The 3 Fulfillment Realm experts who went out just now were all killed by Luo Luo. At the same time, before Luo Luo had killed them, Yi Xian had already used up his killing intent and started a killing feast. The lives of 3 Fulfillment Realm experts caused Yi Xian's killing intent to skyrocket. At the same time, the slaughter feast's buff also skyrocketed. Luo Luo was his personal possession. The people that Luo Luo killed were considered to be killed by him. At this moment, the buff from the Feast of Slaughter was even greater than yesterday's battle against Nalan Bing. "The 4 of you, prepare to die." Yi Xian stealthily made his way over. Although he didn't have the attack and speed bonuses of Assassinate, he still had Burst of Killing Intent and Eyes of Glory. Add that to the fact that he was ambushing them, and he could take out at least 2 Fulfillment Realm experts in one go. "Come." When Yi Xian got close, his eyes opened wide and 2 rays of golden light shot out. Eyes of Glory. Burst of Killing Intent. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A scorching hot aura spread through the branch of hell. This flame dragon had appeared out of nowhere and devoured 2 of the Fulfillment Realm experts in an instant. What? The remaining 2 Fulfillment Realm experts were shocked, but by the time they reacted, the other 2 had already been burned to ashes and died instantly. Instant kill. 2 first-level Fulfillment Realm experts no less. Yi Xian's strength was enough. "You too, go to hell as well." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he prepared to use the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash again. But at this time, an aura suddenly appeared in his perception range. 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. This aura caused Yi Xian's mind to tremble. Before he could turn around, a blade beam came at him. Rip! This wave of saber light directly sliced Yi Xian in half. However, Yi Xian, who had the eyes of eternity, wouldn't die just like that. The divine tree of life's bloodline in his body activated the moment he was injured and began to heal him. It's that mad dragon. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Kid, you're the troublesome person in Scar's news, right? You don't look like much. Mad Dragon's voice rang behind Yi Xian. As it turned out, Mad Dragon had already guessed that Yi Xian had infiltrated the branch. Instead of going out to check the situation, he used a concealment method to avoid Yi Xian's perception. After Yi Xian attacked, he also attacked and killed Yi Xian. But how could he have known that Yi Xian wouldn't die even if he was cut in half? Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After being cut in half, Yi Xian attacked again and attacked with another flame dragon. What? This time, Mad Dragon and the other two first-level Fulfillment Realm experts were shocked. How could a dead person attack? After all, Yi Xian's heart had already been cut in half. This scene was extremely shocking. While Mad Dragon was still shocked, the Flame Dragon had already devoured the other two first-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. In the blink of an eye, two more Fulfillment Realm experts had died. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Now that all four watchdogs were dead, the only one left was Jia. Slap! Yi Xian ignored the universe rings of the four corpses and slammed his palm on the ground, charging into the secret room. Jia, die! Without another word, Yi Xian stabbed with his sword. Pfft! The sword beam sank into the chest of the 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert in the secret room and pierced his heart. However, when Yi Xian focused his gaze, he discovered that the person inside wasn't the jade-faced scholar Jia, but someone he didn't recognize. What, a substitute? Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that the person Mad Dragon was protecting personally wasn't Jia. Huh, you miscalculated. Mad Dragon's laughter rang out, but it was mixed with a lot of anger. This was because the corpses on the ground were all from seizing Heart City's underworld branch. In other words, they were Mad Dragon's subordinates. Now that Yi Xian had killed them, how could Mad Dragon not be angry? Not good, let's go. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly broke through the void and returned to the ground. The moment the void door closed, the Berserk Dragon also charged into the secret room, preparing to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, when he entered, he discovered that Yi Xian was gone. The only thing left in the secret room was a warm corpse and some blood stains. Yi Xian, where did he go? How is this possible? Chapter 12:27. How is this possible? Mad Dragon couldn't believe it. He was an expert at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, yet an 8th-level Nether Passage Realm brat had escaped from him right under his nose. How was this possible? At that moment, he searched the entire secret room, but didn't find any trace of Yi Xian. Where was he? Where was he? Mad Dragon was stunned. Meanwhile, on the ground. You're out, young master. Luo hurriedly asked when she saw Yi Xian emerge from the void eye. I failed. Jia isn't down there. He's probably hidden somewhere else. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. At the same time, the divine tree of life's bloodline healed his wounds to his thighs. He was fully healed in the blink of an eye. Luo's face reddened when she saw Yi Xian's sinister lower body. She hurriedly turned away and said coquettishly, young master, hurry and put on your clothes. Yi Xian finally reacted. He had been cut in half by Mad Dragon's blade at a 45-degree angle. However, the divine tree of life's bloodline wouldn't heal his clothes, so he was running around naked. He hurriedly put on a long robe and said, you hide first. I'll go in and take the items when Mad Dragon comes out, okay? Luo nodded. Then, Yi Xian hit her in the planting space. At that moment, Yi Xian devoured the universe rings of the 3 fulfillment realm experts, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Mad Dragon was at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. He was probably even stronger than the Scarred Assassin. If Yi Xian and Luo Luo worked together, they might be able to put up a fight. However, Yi Xian waited outside for a while, but Mad Dragon didn't come out. What's going on? Even if Mad Dragon took the rings, he should come out and take a look. Yi Xian frowned and thought to himself. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Nailan Jia is still in the branch of the underworld and not elsewhere? Yi Xian suddenly thought. Nailan Jia might be in the branch of the underworld, but not in the secret room guarded by Mad Dragon. He should be in another secret room. That was why Kuang Long didn't dare to come out. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the people under his control were still attacking the underworld branch of Tianyuan City. He believed that the city guards and the city lord would be alerted soon. All of you, don't attack. Kill your way in. Yi Xian said to the assassins. Yes, master. The 10 Nether Passage experts nodded and entered the room from behind the bookshelves. As for Yi Xian, he went around to the back and entered through the back door. When he re-entered Hell, he sensed that several servants had been killed. A mere Nether Passage realm cultivator dares to challenge me? You're courting death. Mad Dragon's voice reverberated throughout the entire branch of Hell. Yi Xian spread out his senses and discovered that Berserk Dragon was in the midst of a massacre in front of a secret room in the corner. In the blink of an eye, all 10 9th-level Nether Passage realm assassins were killed. Brat, I know you're here. Come out. The voice of the Berserk Dragon continued to reverberate. At this moment, Yi Xian and Mad Dragon were the only ones left in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. No, there was one more person, and that was the prisoner in the secret room behind Mad Dragon. However, because the door to the secret room was closed and the outside was protected by a formation, Yi Xian couldn't see if there was anyone inside. Even if there was someone inside, he wouldn't know if it was the jade-faced scholar, Nailan Jia. But the most important thing right now was to get rid of Mad Dragon. Otherwise, the Scarred Assassin and Nailan Bing would catch up to him. Assassination Mode. Yi Xian hid in the shadows of the corner and used the assassination mode to conceal his presence. Even if Mad Dragon's consciousness swept over him, he might not discover him. How could the God of Slaughter bloodline be discovered so easily? After killing 3 fulfillment realm experts, my slaughter feast's buff has reached 50%. However, the time limit is almost up, so I must kill Mad Dragon before then. Yi Xian thought as he approached Mad Dragon. The lighting system of the underworld branch had been destroyed, so it was very dark right now. Yi Xian's assassination mode wasn't just effective in the dark. Simply put, hiding in the darkness would also increase his combat strength. Unfortunately, the Death Hunt command could only mark one person at a time. Otherwise, Yi Xian could mark Mad Dragon and increase his strength again. Mad Dragon guarded in front of the secret room very cautiously. He felt that Yi Xian wasn't a simple person. Not only did he not die after being cut in half, but he also used a mysterious method to escape right under his nose. And now, his consciousness couldn't find Yi Xian at all. This method was too clever. After seeing how he killed 4 fulfillment realm experts in one hit, Mad Dragon didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was an assassin himself. He knew that if he let his guard down in battle, he could lose his life. Although his consciousness couldn't find Yi Xian, Mad Dragon's intuition told him that Yi Xian was nearby. Plus, he had to guard this secret room, so he couldn't leave. He became Yi Xian's target. If I have the chance in the future, I must create the God of Slaughter set. This way, I can increase the level of all the God of Slaughter bloodline skills, Yi Xian thought as he said to Luo Luo in his mind, Luo Luo, I will delay Mad Dragon later. You enter the secret room and execute Jia on the spot. Okay. Luo was already on standby. She was waiting for Yi Xian's signal. After receiving Luo's answer, Yi Xian's body shook violently. 2 golden lights burst out of his eyes. Eyes of glory. Killing intent eruption. Flame dragon's peerless slash. In an instant, the killing intent that Yi Xian deliberately hid was completely revealed. Whoosh whoosh. The dim underworld branch was suddenly illuminated by a fiery light. A dancing flame dragon danced wildly as it charged towards the berserk dragon. You're still here. Mad Dragon's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. He waved the saber in his hand and slashed out a fierce and thick saber light. Bang! The 2 true chis collided, stirring up thousands of waves of air that swept through the entire branch of the underworld in an instant. Taking advantage of the opponent's loss of vision, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Scorching hell. Although there was a gap of 3 realms, this move was a new skill after the fusion. It shouldn't be a problem to cross 3 realms. A spiritual attack? When Mad Dragon noticed the change in his surroundings, he quickly reacted. The scorching hell made him fall into an illusion, but it couldn't block his memory and spiritual sense. Everything he saw was real, but when his spiritual sense swept over, there was nothing. No, there was something. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several flaming flame demons charged at the berserk dragon. Chapter 12:28. Die, all of you. A surge of true qi gushed out of Kuang Long's body and fused with his all-creation's force, instantly shattering the flame demons. However, at this moment, another gust of wind appeared. Rui Theurgy, whirlwind. Whoosh! A piercing sound rang out. Mad Dragon lowered his body and dodged the attack. However, he didn't know that there was a follow-up to this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword gleam suddenly split into countless wind blades, instantly hitting Kuang Long's back. What? Whirlwind? Kuang Long was shocked. He had seen this move before. After all, it was his good friend Scar's ultimate move. Scar had used it when they fought a few days ago. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know it too. This is a Rui Theurgy that Scar obtained by chance. Why does this brat know it too? Moreover, this brat's concealment skills are heaven-defying. Could it be, Kuang Long hurriedly circulated his true qi and all creation's force to defend himself? At the same time, his thoughts were running wild. He guessed that Yi Xian was Scar's monstrous disciple. Otherwise, how could Yi Xian, who was only at the 8th tier of ethereal opening, be able to fight him? No matter what, he couldn't lose. While Kuang Long was defending against the wind blades, Yi Xian had already quietly slipped into the darkness and circled behind Scar. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. Whoosh whoosh. Another killing move was unleashed. In terms of group attack power, the peerless flame dragon slash might not be as good as the whirlwind. However, in terms of individual attack power, the peerless flame dragon slash completely overpowered the whirlwind. Bang! This time, Kuang Long was too slow to defend against the whirlwind and was sent flying by the peerless flame dragon slash. Not good. Kuang Long's expression changed because he was sent flying. This way, Yi Xian was the closest to the secret chamber. Luo. Seeing Kuang Long being bitten by the flame dragon and sent flying, Yi Xian hurriedly summoned Luo. 100-layer demon fox doppelganger. As soon as Luo appeared, she immediately created hundreds of doppelgangers. Then, 7 lotuses appeared in the hands of each doppelganger. Rainbow demon fire, 1000-layer explosion. Countless rainbow demon flames appeared and smashed into Kuang Long Luo. If Kuang Long was hit, he would probably be smashed to death. However, the most important thing right now was for Yi Xian to break into the secret room and kill Jia. Luo Luo Luo. Luoluos, Flame Demon Dragon Luo Luols, Luo Luo Luo, Luo 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 Luo. Wang Luo Luo, Luo. T. TS, Luo TS8, ST Teet, If forceful attacks don't work, then I'll use this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he shot out 2 disintegration rays, which hit the protective formation. Yi Xian rarely used the disintegration eye in battle, but it was very useful at times. Back then, he had used the disintegration eye to break the Vajracorp's king's Vajracorp's membrane. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by the Vajracorp's king. BZZT. The 2 disintegration rays hit the protective formation. In the next moment, the protective formation was broken. It expanded from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist, and then to the size of a wash basin. At the same time, Luo Luo punched the door open through the protective formation. Yi Xian's eye of perception spread inside and found that there was indeed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm inside. Moreover, he had encountered this aura before. The jade-faced scholar, Nailan Jie. Yi Xian's plan was to control Nailan Jie. If he couldn't control him, he would choose to kill him. Yi Xian took advantage of the time before the protective formation was restored to its original state to enter. Not good. Quan Long's expression changed drastically. He had been stalling for time, but he had failed in the end. Not only that, but he had also been severely injured by 2 juniors. It was a disgrace. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too slow. Yi Xian entered the secret chamber and stared. He was now certain that the person inside was Nailan Jie. At this time, Nailan Jie was lying limp in a corner with his eyes closed. Open your eyes. Without another word, Yi Xian used the power of all creations in an attempt to lift Nailan Jie's eyelids. Then he used the Eye of Control. Although Nailan Jie was also a reincarnated one, he had not awakened and was still unconscious. Moreover, Yi Xian was only 1 level below him, so he might be able to control him. As long as he could control a reincarnated one, Yi Xian would not lack supernatural powers in the future. He would also have a way to rapidly increase his strength. However, what Yi Xian did not realize was that Nailan Jie did not have any shackles on his body to seal the flow of true qi. At the same time, the moment the power of all creations approached Nailan Jie's eyes opened on their own. 2 fierce murderous intents burst out from them. What? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly used the Scorching Hell and the Eye of Control. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian's control had failed. At the same time, he felt a familiar aura. Nailan Jie had awakened. Not good. Kill. Without another word, Yi Xian held the heaven-trembling sword tightly in his hand and directly launched his strongest attack at Nailan Jie in the corner. Killing intent explosion. Flaming Dragon's Unparalleled Slash. At the same time, Nailan Jie also took out his weapon. Soul-chasing Sword of 3 Days. Whoosh! The 2 attacks collided, and the entire secret chamber was suddenly filled with a powerful shockwave. Because Yi Xian's attack was too fast, the power of this attack wasn't very strong. However, from the beginning, Nailan Jie had been gathering true qi. Therefore, he and Yi Xian were evenly matched. Soul-chasing Sword of 3 Days. This Nailan Jie has really awakened. How is this possible? Yi Xian could not believe it. He did not expect Nailan Jie to awaken at such a crucial moment. It was not easy for a reincarnated one to awaken. After death, there was not a 100% chance of awakening. If a special method was used, the success rate could be increased. However, what he did not know was that Mad Dragon had already used that special method to forcibly awaken Nailan Jie when he first entered the underworld. Fortunately, Jia had successfully awakened. Humph. So what if you've awakened? I'll still kill you. Yi Xian's face darkened. He once again used the unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Chapter 1229. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's guess was wrong. Before he could draw his sword, Jia flashed to his side like a ghost. Then, he turned his body and swept his right leg out. Soul-breaking kick. Kacha. Pung. This kick directly broke through the brilliant golden armor and landed on Yi Xian's stomach. The true energy instantly passed through Yi Xian's flesh and blood, causing the organs in his body to explode. Pooh! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the secret room. At this time, he felt that Jia was not easy to deal with. Jia was much stronger than Bing and was second only to Mo Shui. This was troublesome. Ding, the host triggered a random mission to kill Jia. Completion of the reward to activate the shadow step. The system prompted. This random mission made Yi Xian's eyes light up. The shadow step was an unactivated skill of the slaying god bloodline. It was a powerful escape skill. If it was activated normally, it would cost 1 devour point. However, as long as this random mission was completed, it could be activated directly. Although the reward was not as good as the devour point reward, it was not bad. Luo, trap him. Yi Xian released Luo. Luo did not say anything and threw out the long whip in her hand. The long whip flew towards Jia, but Jia quickly dodged it. After Jia awakened, his battle strength was very strong. If Mo Shui had encountered Jia that day, it would not have been Yi Xian's turn. Fox bloodline? Six-tailed? Jia's eyes widened when he saw the six tails behind Luo. He was also a fox in his previous life, so he naturally knew what six tails meant. Such a young six-tailed demon fox, I must catch her and let my sister possess her. Jia's eyes flashed. Yi Xian noticed his eyes and quickly stabilized his body and attacked together with Luo. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon slash. 7-color demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. However, Jia's expression was unpredictable. He easily dodged the two attacks and attacked Luo. Humph, the target is Luo again. It won't be that easy. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he slashed his sword at Luo. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. This flame dragon directly attacked Luo, while Luo stood in place, accumulating power and waiting to attack. What? Jia was shocked. Luo belonged to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian dared to attack her. Why? Humph, this girl belongs to my younger sister. Don't even think about harming her. Although he didn't know why Yi Xian did this, Jia couldn't help but take action. 3 days soul-chasing sword. Bang! Another wave of air swept across the area. Amidst the dust, Luo finally made her move. She turned into a beam of white light and quickly attacked Jia. Demon Fox Flash. What? Jia was shocked again. He didn't expect Luo to have so many supreme fox skills. It seemed that Luo had either awakened her bloodline or was a reincarnator. No matter what, I will capture you. Jia's expression was dignified. He turned into a phantom again and dodged Luo's attack. Whoosh! Luo passed by him, but at this moment, Jia suddenly pinched his left hand and locked it on Luo's white and tender neck. Ha, little girl, you are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Jia was overjoyed. He planned to restrain Luo first and then kill Yi Xian, this annoying guy. But at this moment, swoosh! Luo, who was in Jia's left hand, suddenly disappeared. Yes, she disappeared right in front of him. What happened? Nailan Jie's eyes widened. He didn't understand how Luo Luo escaped from under his nose. Could it be that it was just a genuine energy clone? Just as he was surprised, Luo Luo suddenly appeared behind him and used Demon Fox Flash again. Nailan Jie felt something and turned around. Rip! Only to hear a crisp sound, Nailan Jie's left hand was thrown up and blood spurted out. Fortunately, Nailan Jie dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would be his head that flew up. How dare you cut off my arm, you are courting death. This time, Nailan Jie was angry. He directly slashed at Luo Luo in front of him. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Those who were hit by this move, if they didn't die immediately, they would be killed by the remaining sword chi in their body within 3 days. However, as the creator of this magical power, Nailan Jie naturally had a way to remove it. However, when the 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword was in front of Luo Luo, she suddenly disappeared again. Where is he? Nailan Jie held the long sword in his hand tightly and stared at her. From the beginning, Yi Xian had disappeared. Even his spiritual sense didn't find him. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, Luo Luo appeared again, still behind Nailan Jie. Whoosh! Nailan Jie reacted and dodged the attack. However, he happened to expose his back. This attack will kill you instantly. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He gathered a large amount of vital energy and slashed at Nailan Jie's back. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. This attack had reached the limit of the killing intent explosion fusion. It was Yi Xian's current strongest single attack. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the side. Kid, don't ignore me. A familiar voice sounded and fell into Yi Xian's ears. It was Kuang Long. Although Kuang Long was seriously injured by the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash, he could still fight. The moment Yi Xian attacked, he attacked at the same time. Bang! The blade collided with the Flame Dragon. Although it didn't destroy the Flame Dragon, its power was greatly reduced. The power of the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash was greatly reduced. When it reached Nailan Jie, he easily dodged it. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Nailan Jie's awakening had already exceeded his expectations. Now that Kuang Long was at the second level of the fulfillment realm, he was in danger. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have entered the secret room. He would have killed Kuang Long directly. Unfortunately, he did it in the wrong order. Just now, my killing intent was enough to use Bladestorm, but after using killing intent explosion so many times, it's not enough anymore. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. The reason he didn't use Bladestorm directly was because there were many innocent people around. If he used it, hundreds of innocent lives would be lost. That was why he held back. If he wanted to use Bladestorm now, he would have to kill Kuang Long and escape from Sky Faraway City. Go! Yi Xian made a prompt decision. He immediately fled into the darkness and broke through the void. You want to leave? Stay. Chapter 1230. The light shone on Yi Xian who had entered the void door. Only then did Kuang Long know how Yi Xian had left. Whoosh! While Kuang Long and Nailan Jie were still in shock, Yi Xian left the underworld branch and returned to the mainland. Seeing this, Nailan Jie whispered, "Chase, I want to capture that girl alive." Although Luo Luo had been hidden in the planting space by Yi Xian, Nailan Jie knew that as long as he captured Yi Xian, it was equivalent to capturing Luo Luo. Okay. Kuang Long nodded and immediately rushed out of the underworld branch. It was obvious that Nailan Jie had successfully awakened. Otherwise, how could he fight Yi Xian? If he helped Nailan Jie capture Luo Luo, it would be a great achievement. He might even be rewarded with the Shattering God art. Immediately, the two of them arrived on the mainland. It was daytime on the mainland, so Yi Xian had nowhere to hide. However, he didn't think of hiding this time. Instead, he swaggered towards the southeast. Chase. Nalan Jie didn't say anything and chased after him. Quang Long followed closely behind. If Yi Xian wanted to run, he would have left Tianyuan City directly. However, he didn't this time. This meant that he still had a chance. The direction he was running in was the direction of Nalan Bing and the scarred assassin. In front of him was a blood-red kill. It was Nalan Bing's death warrant. This Nalan Bing suddenly sped up. She should be able to catch up in a few minutes. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Originally, he estimated that Nalan Bing would arrive in half an hour. He didn't expect her to suddenly speed up. This was good. He could catch Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie, the Xianming duo demons, in one fell swoop. However, before that, he had to weaken Nalan Jie and Quang Long's qi. Flame Dragon's Unparalleled Slash. Yi Xian, who was running out of Tianyuan City, suddenly turned around and slashed at Nalan Jie. Another flame dragon appeared and swept over. This move didn't combine with the explosion of killing intent because Yi Xian was only using it to consume energy. Humph. Nalan Jie snorted coldly and blocked it. Deadly Soul Slash. Bang! The two streams of true qi collided and then were annihilated. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his recovery speed was terrifying. However, Nalan Jie and Mad Dragon didn't, so Yi Xian's advantage was gradually increasing. Of course, this was only before Nalan Jie and Nalan Bing met. Nalan Jie and Nalan Bing were siblings, known as the Xianming duo demons in his previous life. With the two of them working together, even Mo Shui would have to flee. If they were allowed to meet up, Yi Xian's chances of winning would be even lower. However, this was also a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop because there were 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners behind the scarred assassin. The success of Yi Xian's plan this time depended on whether or not he could kill these 8 people. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Soul Chasing Slash. Along the way, Yi Xian was constantly depleting Nalan Jie's Jinqi. At the same time, he was also controlling the Jinqi in his body. It couldn't be too low, otherwise he wouldn't be able to recover. The blood-red kill character in front of him was rapidly approaching. Soon, Yi Xian felt a few auras. These auras belonged to the scarred assassin, Nalan Bing, and the others. Big brother? In the distance, Nalan Bing felt a familiar aura and raised her eyebrows. Little sister. Nalan Jie's body also trembled. Even if they weren't siblings, they had been together for 1,000 years and were naturally very familiar with each other. They remembered each other's gaze. The two instantly understood that the other had awakened. Their gazes met for only an instant before they simultaneously turned their attention to Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian's hatred soared. Success or failure, it all depends on this. Yi Xian held his breath and thought with a serious expression. At this time, the scarred assassin also noticed Yi Xian who was being chased. At the same time, he was shocked when he saw Mad Dragon who was heavily injured. Mad Dragon is heavily injured? The scarred assassin found it unbelievable. Mad Dragon's strength was above his, but he was injured by Yi Xian. Was this Yi Xian also a reincarnator? Everyone, attack together and capture him. There will be great rewards. At this time, Nalan Bing suddenly shouted. She wanted Luoluo, and Nalan Jie also wanted to capture Luoluo for her to possess. And Luoluo's appearance and disappearance were all related to Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian was surrounded from 2 sides. At this moment, there was a hungry wolf in front and a fierce tiger behind. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. Come on, let's fight. Yi Xian was already prepared to fight to the death. This time, he had to kill Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie. First, to fulfill his promise to Mo Shui, and second, to complete the random mission. Kill. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He directly released a large number of exotic beasts. These exotic beasts directly covered the sky. Passive effect of assassination mode activated. Yi Xian hid in the shadows and attacked Nalan Bing. With so many exotic beasts, not only did they cover Yi Xian's figure, but they also covered Yi Xian's aura, which was difficult to detect. They had to be eliminated. Humph, I'll do it. The scarred assassin's anger rose as he ruthlessly slashed at the exotic beasts. Wishful will super ability, Whirlwind. But at this time, a figure suddenly jumped out of the exotic beasts. It was Yi Xian. Eye of the Void. A void door suddenly opened in the air, and the scarred assassin's sword energy swept in. The exit of this void door happened to be near Nalan Jie and Mad Dragon behind him. What? Nalan Jie and Mad Dragon were shocked, and their figures paused. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While they were surprised, wind blades madly swept out. This was a scene that no one had expected. Yi Xian didn't know whether this move was called a straw boat to borrow an arrow or a driving tiger to devour a wolf, but it was very useful. Using the scarred assassin's attack to attack Nalan Jie and Mad Dragon was really perfect. When Nalan Bing and the scarred assassin reacted, they found that Yi Xian's figure had suddenly disappeared. And behind them, a familiar aura appeared. Behind. Nalan Bing's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly turned her head. Eye of Assassination. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's Unparalleled Slash. With the Eye of Assassination, Yi Xian directly crossed a large distance and directly appeared behind Nalan Bing. However, Nalan Bing was an assassin who had lived for 1,000 years. The moment she turned around, she used her life-saving ability. In an instant, a hard layer of ice condensed around her body. Nalan Bing was previously under the Death Hunt order, so Yi Xian's attack on her was enhanced. Bang! Before the ice layer was completely condensed, the flame dragon had already crashed into it. In an instant, the scorching temperature melted the ice layer and directly broke it, biting Nalan Bing's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nalan Bing was swallowed by the flame dragon. Sister? Chapter 1231. Nalan Bing was hit by Mo Shui's peerless flame dragon slash at such a close distance. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Yi Xian expected Nalan Bing to die under this attack. However, Nalan Bing was a reincarnator, and he couldn't let his guard down when fighting her. However, it didn't matter whether Nalan Bing died or not. The flame dragon was biting her and flying away. Yi Xian's real target wasn't her, but the scarred killer and the other 8 fulfillment realm experts. Slaughter Feast. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At the same time, the light in this area grew dimmer and dimmer. Another group of strange beasts appeared in the sky. This time, Yi Xian was prepared to fight to the death. That was why he summoned almost all of the strange beasts. His goal was to hide his figure. Not good. The scarred killer's expression changed when he saw Yi Xian in front of him. Scar, you're going to die too. Yi Xian gathered his true energy and slashed at the scarred killer. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Another flame dragon rolled out and engulfed the scarred assassin. However, the scarred killer was the second target, so he was prepared to defend himself. Right now, there were only 8 martial practitioners at the first level of the fulfillment realm left. However, they weren't the only ones here. There was another one. Transform. Luo had appeared behind the 8 people at some point in time. Moreover, her fur had turned completely gold. Demon Fox Flash. Luo transformed into a golden lightning bolt. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Hiss. 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 First kill. Second kill. Third kill. Yi Xian's amplification grew stronger and stronger, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. These 8 first-level fulfillment realm experts didn't even have time to react before their heads were cut off by Luo Luo. 8 consecutive kills. Yi Xian's amplification reached an unprecedented height. Double. At the same time, his killing intent soared to the highest point. However, it could go even higher. Young master, for you. Luo Luo threw the 8 yin and yang rings to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the yin and yang rings and devoured everything inside, increasing his strength once again. After the preparations were complete, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Everything was ready. Now, it was time for him to start a massacre. Come, let me show you the might of Blade Storm. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. He threw out the Sky Quake sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of Sky Quake swords. Not only that, but the heaven-shaking swords were also covered by a strange energy, and they all turned into blood-red swords. Wei Zhentian, tear them apart. Yi Xian shouted in his mind. After accumulating for so long, he could finally witness the might of Bladestorm with his own eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely excited. Although Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie had reunited, both of them were seriously injured. Although they were reincarnators, could they survive the storm of thousands of blood-red swords? Looking at the thousands of blood-red swords, the 2 siblings' faces sank. Could it be that they were going to die here this time? Both of them were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. There were many reincarnators among the souls that had died under the swords. Even if reincarnators were awakened, they would only have memories. It wasn't that easy for them to grow. In this world, reincarnators were dying all the time. Could it be that they were going to become one of them? No, we can't die here. Sister, set up the formation. Nailan Jie panicked. The seriously injured Nailan Bing nodded fiercely. Layers of ice crystals suddenly condensed on the long sword in her hand. The Xian Ming duo demons were very famous in the underworld. Their mission completion rate was very high. Their individual combat strength was actually not strong. They couldn't compare to Mo Shui, but their teamwork was flawless. However, what made them fearful was that they were good at a super sword formation. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation. Nailan Jie and Nailan Bing moved quickly. They used the strength of all things to condense the shadows of a flame dragon and an ice dragon. The 2 different true chis merged together. In an instant, a magical defensive formation was formed around the 2 of them. Yi Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. Ding! Copy of Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon successful. Ding! Copy of Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation successful. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. What surprised Yi Xian was that these 2 superpowers were the same as the Unparalleled Flame Dragon / They were both growth-type superpowers. In order to learn the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation, one must first learn the Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation and copied it directly. Let's see if the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation or my Sword Storm is more powerful. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He controlled Megatron to attack the 2 of them. In an instant, thousands of blood swords turned into blood rays and attacked the Xian Ming duo. Swordstorm was a new skill created by the fusion of Scarlet Storm and Thousand Returning to Origin swords. Its power was much stronger than Thousand Returning to Origin swords. However, Megatron was only at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. In Yi Xian's estimation, the Xian Ming duo would definitely die in the sword storm. As for Yi Xian, he directly used the Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon to attack the scarred assassin who was closest to him. The scarred assassin was injured just now. Now that Yi Xian had obtained a growth-type superpower, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. Damn it! The scarred assassin looked at Yi Xian, who had turned into a dragon, and rushed towards him. His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Mad Dragon, save me!" What he said was to save me, not to help me. This was enough to see how powerful Yi Xian was now. In the distance, Mad Dragon saw this and also attacked Yi Xian. In fact, he already had the intention to escape. However, the scarred assassin was his best friend since childhood. If he was in trouble, he still had to help. At this time, he didn't care about Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia because he felt that the siblings would definitely die. As long as I kill you, the killing feast will increase again. At that time, the Xian Ming duo will definitely die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He suddenly cloned. After the Gemini bloodline had increased many times, he rarely used clones to fight. This was because the combined form could increase his strength by 50%. However, this time, he wanted to give it a try. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Yi Xian's original body held a Fire-type Immortal artifact, while his clone held an Ice-type Immortal artifact. The two of them used the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Like Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing, they turned into a Fire Dragon and an Ice Dragon and attacked the Scarred Assassin and Mad Dragon. Chapter 1232. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing had painstakingly obtained the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Now, Yi Xian had secretly learned it. How was that possible? The Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation required two people to have a tacit understanding to master. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing were siblings. Coupled with 1,000 years of tacit understanding, it was not easy for them to master it. Yi Xian had suddenly split into two and performed the same technique. This was already beyond their understanding. However, they did not have time to think so much. What they were about to face was thousands of blood swords. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon. Roar, the Flame Dragon and Ice Dragon suddenly merged into one and let out an earth-shattering roar. The blood swords that had not yet approached were all blown away by the roar. What? Yi Xian heard the roar from afar. Yi Xian's body trembled. He did not expect the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation to have such a move. Unfortunately, he missed it and could not copy it down. At this time, the Xian Ming Dual Demons used their ultimate move to repel the thousands of blood swords and quickly turned around to leave. The red-blue sky dragon formed by the combination of the Flame Dragon and Ice Dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had stepped out of Yi Xian's detection range. They're running. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. This time, it was not easy for him to intercept these two people. He was prepared to catch them in one fell swoop. How could he let them escape? Nalan Bing is seriously injured, Nalan Jia lost an arm, and I have the death hunt order. You can't escape. Yi Xian quickly calmed down. With the death hunt order, he could sense the location even if the other party was at the ends of the earth. Since Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia had met, they would not be separated. As long as Yi Xian finished off Scar and Mad Dragon, the killing feast would receive a second boost and quickly catch up with the Xian Ming Dual Demons. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Yi Xian's original body and clone, one ice and one fire, charged towards Scar and Mad Dragon. Kid, don't underestimate us. Scar and Mad Dragon joined forces as well. Two mighty experts at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm were actually working together to deal with a brat at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm like Yi Xian. If news of this were to spread, they would probably become a laughingstock. However, in the current situation, whether or not he could survive was already a problem. Why would he care about face? The Ice and Fire Double Dragon Sword Array required extremely high tacit understanding. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia also spent many years to successfully cultivate it. Although this ice and fire twin dragon sword array didn't have proficiency, the power displayed by Yi Xian was still somewhat inferior to that of the mysterious underworld twin demons. The Xian Ming duo demons were able to unleash about 80% of their power, and this was after they had practiced it countless times. However, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger had perfect chemistry. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to unleash the full power of the ice and fire twin dragon sword array. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger clashed with Scar and Mad Dragon. Although Yi Xian's strength had increased by 50% after merging with his doppelganger, the power displayed by the ice and fire twin dragon sword array had already surpassed his after merging with his doppelganger. Boom! 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 Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked continuously. At first, Scar and Mad Dragon were still able to hold on for a bit. However, as time passed, it became very difficult for them. Scar and Mad Dragon were both heavily injured. If the bladestorm swept over, they would instantly be torn into pieces. However, Yi Xian wanted to use his own strength to kill the two of them. Therefore, he only used the bladestorm to surround the battlefield. Seeing this, Scar and Mad Dragon's expressions were extremely gloomy. Facing so many blood swords, they probably didn't have a chance of survival. However, they still felt that there was a chance. These blood swords were controlled by Yi Xian. As long as they killed Yi Xian, no one would be able to control these blood swords. Kill. There was only killing intent left in Scar and Mad Dragon's eyes. At the same time, Yi Xian was using these two second-level fulfillment realm experts to temper his ice and fire twin dragon sword array. This ice and fire twin dragon sword array is even more powerful than Mo Shui's peerless flame dragon slash. It just so happens that I have the Gemini bloodline, so this skill was prepared for me. Yi Xian was very satisfied. It was because of this that he let the Xian Ming twin demons leave and didn't immediately chase after them. Boom! 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 The sounds continued. Yi Xian fought two fulfillment realm experts by himself. Moreover, he had the upper hand. This battle result was enough to make any genius in this area speechless. As the battle continued, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger became more and more in sync. The Xian Ming twin demons were siblings, but they were two people after all. Therefore, they could only use 80% of the ice and fire twin dragon sword array's power. However, Yi Xian was one person. His original body and doppelganger had the same thoughts, so he could use 100% of the sword array's power. Yi Xian soon reached this level. It's about time. Die. After 30 seconds of fighting, Yi Xian finally couldn't hold back and started killing. At this time, the Feast of Slaughter's effect had long since worn off. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of ice and fire twin dragons. Roar. The two dragon shadows that Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger suddenly merged into one and let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. The Xian Ming twin demons used this move just now. It was a sound wave attack. They used this move to knock away the 1,000 blood swords and then escape. Yi Xian hadn't succeeded in copying it just now, but after half a minute of tempering, he actually comprehended it himself. Yes, he comprehended it. Boom! Scar and Mad Dragon felt intense pain in their ears. Even their heads felt heavy. Their bodies were sent flying by the sound wave attack, and they spat out several mouthfuls of blood along the way. What a powerful attack! If I were at the 9th tier of the Nether Passage realm, Scar and Mad Dragon might have died under this attack. Yi Xian was also shocked. However, the roar of ice and fire consumed too much true qi. At his level, he could only use it once. Alright, it's time to reap your lives. Yi Xian didn't plan on playing anymore. With his aptitude, He'd already mastered the ice and fire twin dragon sword formation to the point of perfection in a short period of time. He'd even surpassed the Xian Ming dual fiends and was able to unleash 100% of its power. In an instant, the two heavenly dragons formed by his original body and doppelganger attacked Scar and Mad Dragon respectively. Roar! The two dragon shadows, one ice and one fire, swallowed Scar and Mad Dragon. The former was frozen into an ice corpse by the extreme cold inside the heavenly dragon's body, while the latter was burned to ashes by the extreme heat. Two second-level fulfillment realm assassins were dead.